Alright, we should be live here. I'm just gonna make myself a quick coffee and we'll get right at it. Also, what I'm gonna do for this is get a thermal probe to show the temperature. It's good to do for working on graphics card preheat boards. Have a board heater of some sort. So we'll unzoom this a bit. Let's see what we're going to work on here for testing purposes. Let's do this over here. Also got a CPU to work on as well for today. Let's do these guys here. Like that, so we can see. Thermal probe. There we go. That's all we need there. This we'll put right around there. I'll even put the CPU over it just to cover it up. Just to cover it so that way it's not an issue for the heat going under and hitting it. Something like that. Or I could even put it over where we're working. There we go. So we got the thermal probe set there. Fairly close to where the heat is actually hitting it. So let's put this up a bit here. Nope. We lost the thermal probe. Let's put it right in the coil. Right in the coil there. Alright, there we go. Now, put the temperature up here. So let's put 300 right now. And let's move some more air to about 60. Now preheat the board there. So just got some hot air just above. Now about almost 10 inches away from the board. Just blow in. Not even really super hot air. Basically put my hand underneath where it's hitting right now for on the board. I can see the temperature slowly going up though. 66 degrees Celsius. And that is just preheating the board for the soldering that we can do. I'm going to show some very small soldering, 0102s, 0402s, and some larger caps here as well. Then I'm going to show how to take off coils, because these coils can be a real pain to take off. They take a lot of heat generally to get them off, and then I'm going to show how to take caps off as well, so that way you're less likely to cause issues with the caps exploding or going bad on you. These caps could be pretty rough too. But I'll show that. And then something you'll need is some sort of suction tool. Suction tools are very helpful. I got some really small caps here. These are 0201s. Some of the smallest that you'll generally work on for most cases. For most cases, they're the smallest you'll get. And I'm just going to make myself a quick coffee. Oop. A little loud on that. So, again, letting this heat up and just make myself a coffee. If anyone has questions, let me know. We will be doing a lot of small soldering today and showing how to do components that can be very annoying to do. Such as like 0201 resistors, capacitors, also coils. Coils can be very annoying to take off. Caps. We'll be doing surface mount as well. A bunch of different kind of surface mount. I'll show how to take it off with hot air and also take it off with soldering iron, because you can take off basically any surface mount as long as it's not a huge component. And if you have a soldering iron with a certain tip, you can take off mostly any kind of surface mount anyways, no matter how large it really is. This card here kind of had some catastrophic failure, so I removed the core, I removed the memory chips, I saved the memory chips. Core was no good. Unfortunately, the core was no good, so I just removed it. And just a practice board for testing how to do some soldering, and to hopefully teach some people how to do some kind of soldering. You know, that's what I've been doing lately, and people are liking the tips that I've brought out. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna working on CPUs as well. If anyone has questions on the kind of flux I like and other things like that, let me know. I do all of this kind of stuff, by the way, for overclocking. I do overclocking for records, so this is what I do. I do a lot of soldering and have gotten really good. Well, I say pretty good. I guess not really good. For what I do, I'm not bad for the soldering. And have found new ways to do soldering that's just been very, very helpful. So, I'm just making myself a coffee here, just getting it ready. And we'll get at it. So the board looks like we're only gonna hit about 67 degrees Celsius. The air is about, I have hot air blowing down right now. It's at 300 degrees Celsius and it's about 8 inches away, and it's only at 60% fan speed. So it's not moving a lot of air, and that's the main thing right now, is just preheating the whole board. So if we move around this, let's say we'll put it here, even farther away from where we're working on, still warm. The board over here should be 45 degrees Celsius. 40-ish. Yeah, around 40. Around 40. But where we're working, pretty good. Quite happy with the temperature. Yeah, so we'll just put that in that hole for now. And as you can see, temperature is about, 66, 67. Which is good. This is a decent temperature to work on. It's also like, if you are touching the board somewhere on the side, you're not going to burn yourself touching the board over here. It's also really good. 69, nice. So, while that coffee's going, I got flux here. This is the flux that I like. 8341 no clean flux paste. Works really good and fairly cheap. You can buy a 50 ml container of it. It'll last you quite a while, and it's fairly cheap. It's what I like. And I've recently checking out on YouTube and that, people are also recommending it. I've been recommending it for years now, and people are recommending it. The exact same, the MG Chemicals no clean flux paste 8341. And I like it. The only thing is, if you get super hot, it's not that easy to clean off. So if I wanted to, I can heat the board up a bit more and be able to clean up any of these spots over here that you see. It's just, you let it sit and let it cool down, it becomes tacky. That's why you really need to clean up after, as soon as you're done. If I had some isopropyl, I don't have any isopropyl right now, it'd be able to clean up a lot easier, but I don't have any right now. Alright, yeah, so we're around 69. Not bad. Decent temperature to work on. And my coffee's ready. Let's go. Alright, coffee's ready here. Let's see. What should we work on first to show? You could probably... Yeah, I'll show people how to take off these components with just a... Well, actually, I got the small tip on right now. Small tip. So I'll show people how to solder smaller components. So I'll go over to this side here, where it's blank, and I'll show how to do small soldering. So these little guys here, these 0201s, and you can't even see them. That's how small they are. But I'll get one out of the package here. Two out of the package, because why not? So right there. So, and I also modify my tweezers. You can't buy these cheap tweezers like this, but I modify them, bend them a certain way, and then sand them down a certain way, so that way I'm able to hold these smaller components. Can't even see it on there. Let's just put it on top of here. Right there. That's what we'll be soldering. This little guy. And then if you do get cheaper tweezers, you can just bend them. The way I bend them is I'll bend these sides here inwards, and it makes it so you don't have to squeeze as hard. And working on these smaller components, being able to just lightly hold them is crucial so that way they don't fly away on you. So I bend them inwards, and then I bend the tips out. So bend the tips out a bit to make them flat. So that way they can hold, as you can see. I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in here and show you. See how they're flat for quite a distance. That makes it so that way you can hold the smaller components as well. Easier. Without them slipping. So there's that, and then I also have other tweezers. These ones that I have not modified at all. They need to be cleaned up, but that is what it is. So these ones are not modified at all. These ones here I use generally on larger components that need an angle. So trying to hold a component a certain way. These work just fine. They are a little pointy for the larger objects, but just in case you have to do a smaller component as well, these are okay. These are okay for smaller components here, but I mean, due to the fact of just being cheaper ones, you can slightly off tilter them and the little component just goes flying. No fun. And then I got my flats. Well, my straights. The straight ends. So these straight ends, they're not 100% straight anymore. What I did with these is slightly bent the tip. So slightly bent the tips up, and then I can hold smaller components with it as well. Nugget! And my cat's going nuts. You alright there, Nugget? You in cycle mood? Hello. You are in cycle mood. What do you want? So I'm going to zoom in here because my coffee's all ready, and let's go. Let's do a little bit of solder. Again, if anyone wants to see certain things, let me know. I'll be doing a whole bunch of different kind of soldering today. Hot air, soldering iron. Right now, what I wanted to show right off the bat is small micro soldering. Like the smallest that you'll generally work on, like these 0201s. Again, you could work on like 02005s, but it's such a rare case you'll ever even see those. And for graphics cards, again, I do overclocking. So the smallest that we will ever do, is generally not even capacitors, generally 0201s, but resistors. We'll do a lot of resistors, redoing resistor dividers. So we'll do those. And redoing resistor dividers and that, I mean, you can ask me about doing that kind of stuff, but you need to get the data sheet for the PMIC, the controller for voltages for the card. That and also buck converters. Okay, so we are all heated up there. So what I'm going to do is move this now. Just to show you that's the temperature I generally work at. And what we're going to do is move this over. Let's see. Yeah, all the way over here. Turn this around. Trying to see with the camera here. I generally don't do camera for this kind of stuff. Do we have... And yeah, to make sure my work surface isn't... Because I am working on a metal surface. To make sure I'm not... the card or whatever I'm working on isn't going everywhere. I have old sandpaper sitting down here. So that way it doesn't slide, which is really nice. So let's do this side. Just because it has it all set up already. And what we'll do is zoom in. Zoom in. Alright, something like that. So we can do 0201 and 0608 here. So 0608, I should have some 0608s. There we go. So this right here. Let's put this right here. There we go. So this is 0201. Right here. 0201. Oh 0806. Alright, so we put this larger one on. I'll clean this up. It's just been taken off another graphics card. A little dirty. This is from Flux. There. Neat little guy here. I'm going to do those two right here. Like so. Like so. Now, with the soldering tip, you're going to need to brass it. Brass it up real good. Clean it up. I do have a newer video out here showing what my kind of essentials are for this kind of stuff. So what we're going to do here is add a little bit of flux. So we'll do the smaller component first here. So what we want to do is add a little bit of flux, and then add a little bit of solder to this. Alright, so that's going to help us solder a new component on, because generally from factory, hey, how's it going? Jimmy! It is 4:20. 4:20! Yeah, up fairly early today. Figure I'd try to get some new viewers, man. I've gotten a lot of subscribers in the past few days from soldering and that, so figured I'd show some more soldering. So people are liking the soldering videos, so figured I'd start doing more. It's all part of overclocking. Well, the more extreme part of overclocking, so it's good to learn, and then good to learn, you know, everything else. No, I haven't played any Arc lately. I only was playing Arc really for benchmarking. 1,000 hours in it for benchmarking, and I still haven't gone through all my graphics cards yet. Or my CPUs. So much. So much. So we add a little bit more flux on this. Like barely any. You barely need anything. Now what we're going to want to do, again, clean up your tip. Yeah. Yep. Actually 1100. 1100. So we gotta grab that. Line that up. There we go. 1 sec. I gotta move the hot air. There we go. Yeah, always clean the tip. Gotta make sure you got a nice pretty tip. So you want to line that up good. Starting to get better at looking at the monitor. Generally, I'm just using my eyeballs for this kind of stuff. I'm trying to learn the monitor more, though. And you'll see it flow. You'll see the solder get a little flow a little bit. It's kind of hard to show with this, but what I like to do for these smaller ones is hold the whole back end. Heat that up, and then hold the top. I think the top end ceramic. That right there makes it so that way you're not overheating the component, and also if you overheat the component, you can desolder it. And let's say you are a little shaky, be no good. So. Might need a little solder on that side. Nope, these are not these are not hot tweezers. These are cheap ones that I've modified for doing smaller components for these little guys. So that way they fit nicely. I can't afford hot tweezers right now. I would like a pair of hot tweezers. They just make things so, like, very handy. Very, very handy. Now, what about these larger ones here? These larger pads. Probably won't be able to do it with this small tip. So these ones here, what you need to do, so what we can do here, see if I can overheat this to where it lets go. No. Will not be able to. Oh, it's good though. So that's on there. That one's soldered on. So 0201, one of the smallest ones you're generally going to work on. It's fairly easy. A little bit of flux is all you really need. We do another one too. These are brand new components as well. So let's see. These are 0402s for these connectors here. These are 0201s. These are 0402s right here. I think I got some 2R2s right here beside me, I think. Alright, I think I have them somewhere here. Where's my 2R2s? Yeah, I talked about that before they even talked, before anyone else. But yeah, because before anyone else I was talking about, I'm like, they're gonna be coming out with the 3060 again. I heard some rumors. Yeah, I talked about that late last year. I heard that late last year. I was talking about it. It's just wild. Yeah, the 36, the 12 gig. Yeah, they're thinking of bringing out the 3060 12 gig again. The pricing should be around the same. Should. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be, but I would think the same. Trying to see if I have any 0402s. Oh, I do have 0402s right here. Right here. I got some 0402s right here. So let's move that 0201. Here's an 0402 though. right here. Yep. Get my tweezers here. There we go. Hey, you know, there. Hello for there, donkey. There we go. So here is an 0402, which we can't even see. I'm not even putting in the way. There we go. So here's an 0806. Here's an 0402. Right here. And this is an 0201 that we just soldered on. 0806 will go here. And we can't even see where the 0402 is going to go, though. So let's move this up. And over. Like that. Right here. Yep. It's supposed to be the 12 gig, yes. It is supposed to be the 3060 12 gig. So it is. Whether or not that's gonna be true, I guess we'll find out, right? So we'll prep up that surface. Clean up your tip. Clean it up in some brass. A little bit of flux. Not much, just need a little bit. And we're going to hit these quickly to see if we can. Yes, we can. Nice. Now we're going to add some solder. Maybe I'll do some PB free as well today. Not peanut butter, but lead free PB. PB is lead. See if we can do a little bit of PB free today. Soldering in between like these little other components can be very tricky for some people. And this is definitely a ground pad. Much harder to solder a ground pad. It just soaks up the heat more, ground pads. So just add a little bit more solder to this one. There we go. All right. So add new solder. If you have a wick and want to wick that away and then add your own new solder, that's fine as well. But just adding in new solder can make it so that way you can solder a bit easier for one. So what we're gonna do, add a little bit more flux. Just a dab of flux is all you need. Now this component here, the main thing that you're gonna want to do is have your tweezers angled a certain way, because you're gonna want to go over top of another component. So having these angled tweezers are very handy. So you'll hold that component, Now, to help let go of a component, let's say you have some flux on your tweezers, just heat up your tweezers. Heat up your tweezers with the soldering iron. You don't have to hold it there long, and the component should fall off. Now with these components here, with these little SMDs, this is a cap. So what you want to do is not hold it all the way down. So like put the tweezers here, you don't want to do that. You want to try to hold it somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. It doesn't have to be perfect by any means, but not all the way down on the ground. Okay? So you do want to be able to hold it. Alright? Next, what you're going to want to do after you've already added the solder is solidify it. Yeah, you can see that. Alright, so you're going to solidify that, alright? And you're going to put this into place. So clean that one up. So what you're going to do is hold this and then slide that into place. Alright. So sliding it into place while it's already solidified, when the solder's already melted, helps the placement as well as holding it into place. If you hold the component to, especially if you're using these smaller tips, holding the component or sliding the component into that already melted solder will help it so that way the solder can form a bond to this component. Well, again, does not matter what component you're actually doing. This is a cap, but these smaller ones. For a larger component, it's also beneficial to do that as well. For like these O201s right here, it's not really needed that much. Because you don't need as much heat. Even a small tip on these O201s is more than enough. So just do it like I showed there. I'll show it again, of course. But these, as soon as you start to get a bit larger than the tip that you actually have, melt the actual solder pad first before you put the component to it. So now we'll do the other side. Now this component here, you can hold the top a lot easier. You see the tweezers about the same thickness. Hold the top. I'll clean that up with the Q-tip here to show it a bit better. Component's nice and soldered on. Not too much solder to where you're making big mounds for no reason. Just adding on that solder to begin with was more than enough. Made it easier to solder as well. Alright, so nice and solid. And voila, you can solder a component in place. And let's see, we'll do definitely, this tip is definitely not large enough for these pads. Nah, like you probably hold this pad forever before you can even start melting that solder. Yeah, it would be pointless trying with this little tip on that. Pointless. So we'll let this soldering tip cool down. And then we'll add on this 0806 here. And I'll show you how I clean them up if you're grabbing from other boards. This board here that I grabbed this one from is I've already used this to double stack. So when I pulled it off, there's a lot more solder than what should have been there. So I'll show how to clean that up. And double stacking, so on top of another cap like this one. It just helps transient response. A little bit extra capacitance as well. All right. Why do you give me my feet? Huh? Oh, yo. Okay, and then I'm just switching over the soldering tip so we can do the larger one here. We can do the 0806. Put on my lovely hoof style tip. I love this one here. It's so nice to work with. But for like your 0201s, yeah, you're gonna want the pointy tip no matter what. No matter what. Alright, so what we're gonna do is clean up this cap here. It's fairly easy to do. So this cap is more or less dirty and has a little bit too much solder on this one end, as you can see here. So the solder is pretty easy to clean up. You just give a little rub here and there like that, and that will clean up. And then afterwards, you don't have to really worry about cleaning that up. It's the solder. It's too much solder on it. So we'll just pull a little bit of it off. Pretty easy, just as long as you keep your soldering tips in good shape. It's easy to do. Like that. Let's do the other side. Like that. Perfect. Now, what we're going to need to do, that certain way, what we're going to need to do, add a little bit of solder to the tip. Don't need much, and a little bit of flux onto these pads. That's it. I mean, you don't need to flood it. Doing this kind of small work, you don't need to flood your work. Boom. And we'll just grab these balls. There we go. Clean up the soldering tip. Now, this one here, you're gonna want to do, have your, on the angle, then you're gonna hold your soldering iron to this and get this all ready to go. Alright? This makes it a lot easier. Holds it in place for you. Like that. Go to the other side. Now, you're not going right to the end there. So you're not going right to this end right away. You're gonna hit the pad first. Even if there's just a little bit of pad showing, a little bit of solder on the pad showing, you're gonna hit the pad first. Like that. Alright? Just like so. What we do is clean this up. Alright, so we got nice contact there, nice contact there. Now, if you do have a little bit too much, sometimes you might not have cleaned your soldering tip that well. If you have too much solder on each side, what you can do is just add a little bit of flux. Both sides. Not much, just both sides a little bit. Make sure you clean up your soldering iron. And just go back in. And it'll grab a bit. Alright. Clean it up again. And you can grab a little bit more if you wanted. Really easy to do. Without using kind of hot tweezers or anything like that. You can do nice solder joints on a bit larger 0806, your 0402s, and your 0201s. Not too bad to do. Good morning. Hey, coffee, enjoy it. What's up, man? I'm drinking my coffee too. Good name. You made me remember I have my coffee. Now again, let's say your tweezers are getting a little sticky. You grab your soldering iron, and not where your tip is, but where over here. What you can do is just do a small pull. That will heat up the tip, and you see how we got some of the flux there. Now your tweezers won't be all sticky anymore. Clean them up. See that? See how nice and shiny they are again? Because we'll eventually end up with where's my other tweezers? And apparently I don't know where I put my other tweezers. Well, I mean, these ones aren't too bad. See how that you got a little bit of brown on those ones? They're right here. You end up with these. And then once your tweezers start heating up, but not hot enough, they start sticking together or having the components stick to them. If you use too much flux, it makes your tweezers worse. So that's why I try to tell people use your flux sparingly, basically. You don't need much for these size of components. You really don't need much. So there's no point in wasting your flux, and no point of having to deal with your tweezers being sticky while working on this kind of stuff. Again, modifying your tweezers as well for the smaller components is really nice. Like, really nice. Here's the difference side by side. Modified, not modified. Together, modified, not modified. See how these ones here go together for a lot longer of a distance? These ones don't. These ones also have a flatter, not so pointy end. They're still pretty pointy. But even working on 0201s, still good, but they got a bit more of a distance and flatter. You just use a little bit high grit sandpaper, 400 grit sandpaper, and you can get this kind of achievement and a slight bend on your tweezers, and it makes it so you don't have to squeeze as hard. These ones here have a lot more distance. I have to squeeze a lot harder, and I keep with the same pressure. These ones I can do like that easy. The same pressure, I get about halfway. So working on these smaller components, less pressure, better. And you can work for a lot longer without starting to get shaky as well. Get very shaky. That's no good. All right, so I might remove that. Do have larger components here. Do have larger caps here that can be kind of tricky for not over soldering it. There's a difference on that. Look at that one. So, I'm not even sure what size these ones right here are. Oh 06, 08. Oh 04, 02. 01, 02, or 02, 01. And I'm not even sure, again, I'm not even sure what size this is. It's a big cap, though. Need calipers. I need some calipers so I can figure out what size some of my caps are. Because some of these caps are absolutely massive for MLCC caps, multi-layer ceramic capacitors. Some of them can be pretty big. Just trying to see if I have any pads that I can actually put that cap on. Doesn't look like I do. It does not look like I do. So, let's see. Okay, so what we can do is fix up this one pad here. And work on fixing this one up here. So I do have some caps for that one. And what I'm going to do, sorry about that, lower that down. I'm going to fix up where this is looking. There we go. There we go. I'm going to fix up this one right here. 0201. Okay. So what we're going to do first, since I have this tip on, is a little bit of flux. I'm going to add a little bit of solder to that. And just run that over the pads. See how we brighten those up. Right there. Nice and bright pads now. The bright pads mean not oxide. That's all it means. So you don't want any oxidation. Actually, I should be able to solder it with the hoof style tip. It's fairly quick too. So what we're going to do, grab that. And what we're going to do is right to the pad, all right? Right to the pad. Trying to use the screen. Getting better at it. Go in with the other side here and grab the whole component on the back end. Especially if you're going to use a larger tip. You will oversaturate this and desolder the other side quite easily. So again, grab the pad first, go into the component. Like that. Now, it's hard for you to see. It is very hard for you to see that little guy. But it does have a horn, so just a dab, a flux on it, just a dab, and we're just gonna lightly touch. See what I'm saying by a larger tip can be oversaturate very quickly. I tried to do that as quickly as possible. So we'll do it again. Back to the pad here. That's off. Go to this side. And I'll solder it on. It's what they call easy peasy lemon squeezy. But these smaller components can overheat quick, and you don't have either good, if you're not holding on to the component or a way to make sure the heat does not transfer to the other side, you can desolder it very easily. So yeah, I'll show you. It's very easy to overheat the whole component. It's like literally just a little. Well, this one's. Well, this is a good solder joint. So I don't know if we can see it. Yeah, you can see it on the camera there. It's melting the solder there. I'm not touching the component. I'm just hitting the solder. And then you can see that it's also sticking a bit too, right? So if I show, see how it sticks a bit to it? Get that little horn. That's why people with the pull up method, I don't care for, because you got that little horn there. And you can pull a little bit off. If you just put a little bit of flux there, barely can even see the flux, but if you do that, see how it does not pull? And it heats up that solder and make sure it's a good connection just by doing that. Then you can do the other side, since there's still a little bit of flux. Again, I'm not touching the actual capacitor. I'm not touching the capacitor at all. See how it's solidifying it though, while melting the solder, but it's not pulling it away. That's because you do have that little bit of flux. If you didn't have it there, again, you'd start making those horns or pulling a lot of the solder away, and it could go on to other components. But I can also show here. I'll show it on one of these caps here. Actually, I'll show it on this larger one here. Get that set up. So right here, I'll show it right here. What happens if you do add some solder somewhere? See if we can do it here. We can put it on these smaller ones. There you go. So let's say some solder splatters because I don't know, you had too much solder on your tip. It's okay. It's not like it's the end of the world. It's gonna happen. So what you're gonna want to do is clean up with some brass all the solder off your tip. Just like that. You grab some flux and you're gonna put it on here. And you're gonna put depending on how much there is. So again, you see how very little this is? It's more or less making sure you got all the solder that's on the component covered. Alright? So just like that, we're going to have to clean up the tip again. Cover the component because there's a little bit on that still. Like that. So these two little ones are already cleaned up now. Now we got to do the bigger one. So we got to you can do the down method, which works just fine. Like that. A little bit more flux, that's all we're going to need. Clean up your tip real good again. Do a little pull that way and this way. And go in and clean up the sides that have too much solder. For some people, they wouldn't even care about grabbing that little bit of extra solder off the sides. I do like to make the solder joints as clean as possible when doing this kind of stuff. But again, it's okay if you do get solder somewhere on any component really, because you can clean it up. Same thing with same thing with your caterpillar. I like to call them caterpillars. So same thing with your caterpillar. This is a PMIC. Power goes in. It's just a logic board of some sort. So you got all these legs, and some people might have done something around this area. We got some on there, whatnot. Yeah, a bunch of solder there, or let's say even did on top of the resistor too. I can hardly even do it. But yeah, so we got this here. That's okay. Sometimes it's good to have that extra solder too, so that way when you do clean it up, you know for sure you're going to get lots of solder on those connection points. Again, just a little bit of extra flux, not too difficult. You want to do the whole area. Why? Because we're going to do a drag. We're going to take it, hold it, and drag it, alright? Clean up your tip. A little bit more flux. I'm going to need that one more time. But as you can see, these connection points got lots of solder now on it, so it's just fine. The only thing is, when you do these kind of like little mistakes, the only issue is that you're kind of wasting the solder unless you can actually have another spot where you can utilize it. You are wasting a little bit of the solder, and you're wasting a little bit of the flux as well. It's not much that you will be using, as long as you're using it somewhat sparingly, because you don't have to go to town with it. If it's really cheap for you and you don't care, well, I guess it's fine. Use as much as you want. But again, in my opinion, you don't need a lot of flux. A little goes a long way for soldering. There we go. All cleaned up, good solder joints. This one has a little much on it, but that's just fine, right? At least some people think it's fine. I would clean it up. Get rid of some of this fluff. One thing I would actually like to try out, those little squares to help soak up any solder, or well, sorry, flux. Even though I don't use a lot of flux, it would be nice because the Q-tips do leave a lot of fluff when cleaning up. And you can, I guess, get better Q-tips too, but I think those little a bunch of brands actually out there make those little balls, the squares that soak up the flux, which I would really like to try. Apparently, they're pretty nice. Ah, coffee is good. Just had to clean that up. I just was looking at it, I was like, that doesn't look very good. There we go. Trying to see what else we can do on this board. Let's see. We do have a through hole. Where is it? Where is that? Right here. So this pad and this pad is for a through hole. It looks pretty good. I'm glad it looks pretty good. This is the OBS bot Tiny 2 Lite. I've been using this camera for years now. I got it very cheap years ago. I mean, like, it's close to 300. I'm Canadian, so it's like close to 300 Canadian. This is zoomed in all the way too, so I'm glad it looks pretty good. But yeah, I got it very cheap. They're around 300 Canadian right now. I got mine for like $100, brand new. So I got mine very cheap. That's why I like it. And I don't have to do anything. Yeah, the tracking. The only thing it doesn't have, and what I was working on before with it was adding on voice control, but it was such a pain. But yeah, I like to be able to, I can just look around on my work areas and that. We do have through holes here that we could clean out with a suction tool. eBay gambling? Oh yeah. Nah, I haven't had issues with them. It depends though too. I mean, a lot of people like to say a lot about certain things because of what happened to Intel before with their 13th and 14th high-end CPUs, but I mean, I've had multiple 13900 series like KFs and no issues with them whatsoever. Nah, man. Only it was a lot of it was motherboard manufacturers. A lot of it was. And I was literally one of the first people out there making videos going, I found some issues. This does not seem right. This is almost 3 years ago. Because, yeah, nah, it's a lot. There was some issues with. Yeah, but it's all, again, the game devs, it's not even the game devs, though. Motherboard manufacturers. The motherboard manufacturers did not go up and above what they were actually supposed to do because Intel gave them so much leniency with voltages that they put so much voltages into the CPUs. It was wild, actually wild. Again, it's not all motherboard manufacturers' issue, but yeah, a lot of it was. 10700K for 33 bucks? Woo, what a snatch! That's a deal. I'm gonna need some more on that. I need more solder. Yeah. Probably clean some of the solder out too. I don't have wick, I just make my own. Oh, most times people don't. But it depends also what motherboard pin's actually gone on it, whether or not it's an actual issue. Yeah. You can fix LGA pads too, or LGA pins as well. What I like to do is whatever, let's say you break one off, just take that broken pin and then flip the rest of it on the inside and push it inside of it. And then if you have a donor board, just grab another pin and slide it in. I can show how to, I should actually make a video how to do that because it's very easy to do and it does work. Just trying to grab as much solder out of these through holes as possible so that way when I add in a little bit extra new solder here, not much but a little bit, there we go. Come on now. Broken the critical pin, just stop messing with it for the moment because I don't have a replacement at the moment. Ah, untested. Yeah, see, some of them not great. Even if you don't see pin issues. I mean, if you know how to do some soldering and decent with a multimeter, I mean it's not too bad to do. That's why I've been looking at some graphics cards. Um, some older graphics cards that have artifacting. I already know how to fix a lot of artifacting on graphics cards. It's either a reflow on the memory chips and core, and on the older ones, it's so easy to do. At least in my opinion, it's fairly easy to do. You can. Depends on how big the core is. Memory is very easy, but you want to preheat. You always want to preheat. So you can preheat the board with the hot air. Just make like a holder for it that blows hot air down onto it, and then use a thermal probe. And once the board and the thermal probe reads around, I like to do it around 75 to 100 degrees Celsius when the board's warmed up. So let's say your chip's way over here, you want to do it like way, you want to have the probe like way over here somewhere. So that way the board itself is nice and warm. I'm not sure if you're here when I fixed up the... Yep. Yeah, they'll be thicker PCBs. I'm pretty sure they're 10 layer. Yep. And then because it's a thicker board too, it will take a while to heat up. Let it heat up for 20, 30 minutes until it hits about 75 degrees Celsius. And then, you know, put some flux in. Make sure the flux works its way, even if you have to turn the board multiple ways. And then use the hot air. Again, I like to use 8341 no clean flux. Basically, once you start seeing that flux start bubbling for at least 3 to 4 seconds, even up to 5 seconds, then you know it's reflowed. Yeah, definitely get into it again. Nice. Be good to do. So we might need to add a lot of solder to this because this is not like me right now, that's for sure. Some better magnification. Oh. I just use my eyeballs. Well, I'm trying to use the monitor. I'm not that great with the monitor. Maybe if I had it set up the right way, but so this is right, but yeah, I'm going left on the screen. Kind of messes me up. This is up, that's going down. And that's why I just use my eyeballs. Until I can afford, something that will work better, but it is what it is. It is really not liking the desolder here. There we go. There's one. Finally. Yeah. If I had it set up a different way, it would work. Hey! Alright. I mean, that took long enough there, but we got it. We did it. Oh my god, we really did it! The flux is all sticky, though. The flux is all sticky. There we go. That's why some flux is better than others. You'll get that. It's just flux. Need another Q-tip. I say I like the 8341, but if it gets too warm for too long, it's very sticky. I mean, eventually, you can just clean it up, but if I had isopropyl alcohol too, it would clean up a bit nicer, but Yep, 6700. I had the 6700 XT for a little bit. And I sold it for quite a bit still. A little bit less than what I paid for it. And bought myself a 1080 Ti and a bunch of motherboards and CPUs. I do overclocking, so that's what I did. I have some videos out there that are fairly decent, you know. I mean, I'm trying to get better. Try not to watch all of my live streams, especially the gaming ones. I'm not the nicest person. I don't know. I grew up. Well, I didn't grow up playing games, and then got into the games, and then got into certain games to where trash talking was a thing. Yeah, you're gonna need an 850. Just get yourself an 850. Don't do 750. Get yourself an 850, and then they're built a bit better too. Like going from 750 to 850, they're actually built better than the 750s. And then just in case you upgrade again later on, even just CPU, you got a power supply that can handle it. Okay, so we got a cap here. (16 volt) 270. We'll add this in place. So again, on your board here, so here, what do you think that is? So here, oh, we're gonna need a larger cap for this one. Okay, not that one. Take two. I think I got one. Yep. Still 16 volt, 330 though. Larger. So your labeling is, so that is ground. This is positive. This is positive. This is ground. Like that. Isn't that awesome how they do it like that? That, we gotta make sure that it goes in all the way. And then for me, what I will do is put something underneath. Right now, like a CPU or just something underneath to hold it. If you don't want to do it that way, because this is nice for me, because I can just hold this down with a pair of tweezers or something. Just hold it down while I'm doing the soldering. And that way it makes sure that we're making good connection. So what we're going to need to do, a lot of people will do, core wire. Clean our tip. And then you gotta hold your tip to the end. Alright? Then we're gonna push onto the actual terminal. Not to the soldering iron, to the terminal. This. In a downward angled motion towards it. See if we can make that look a bit better for the screen. There we go. So we're going to push this. See how we're not even doing anything yet? Oh, maybe this stuff is PB, isn't it? This might be PB free. Oh, this is PB free. It's PB free. Oh no. Alright, let's see if we can give it a little helping hand here with a little bit of flux. I might need more heat for this. PB free takes around 215 to 230 degrees Celsius. Which I think I'm going to need more heat for this. Yup. Alright, can we do a double angle on it? It wants to. That's why I did that. Okay, give me 1 sec. Gotta get things a bit warmer here. There we go. Now, should be good. Yeah, it wants to, but it's not enough. Okay, I'm gonna switch to my solder that I want. Not gonna be enough for this. So we just need some flux. Seems like aim for Intel 10, 1210 of the budget picture right now. Yeah, even DDR4 is too much. Well, yeah. Which isn't bad if you want to do ultra budget, right? Oh, I pulled that away. Clean that up. Clean it up, but we still got some heat. Alright, so that's on there. And guess it's kind of hard to see. We want that nice and flat, nice and solid. I can't move it at all. And it's still very hot. There we go. Should have preheated the board a bit more there for desoldering it. Oh, they made a lot of DDR4 boards. That was the budget option. There's actually a lot of them that are DDR4. Every AIB made DDR4 boards for LJ 1700. It's just they're not high-end boards generally. There are a couple ASRock made. I think Riptide for DDR4, or was it Riptide? I think they made a Riptide. It's a pretty good board. It's just they're generally, yeah, most manufacturers did budget boards. My coffee. Coffee's starting to get cold. Oh no. It's not cold yet. I need more Q-tips out. I need to get more Q-tips. There we go. Yeah, I've been looking at some graphics cards, and my God, the prices of the old ones. Some people are smoking something, man. I don't know what they're smoking, but so expensive. It's like, why? Why? That's why I've been looking at a lot of broken for parts, and see if I could just fix them. Plus, it makes it good for live streams and videos. As I do all of that live stream, fix stuff up. Fix stuff and overclock them, modify them up. Not sure if anyone knows that. Yeah, I do a lot of modifications on stuff. Yeah, even still for older graphics cards for being that price, no man, that's just no thanks. Because yeah, I will literally do this So I do modifications to mine. So if I could find something that's cheap, that way I can get some records for fairly cheap, that's awesome. So this is what I do. This is why I solder and all that. These could be a bit better looking, but they're solid joints. Stacking capacitors. Did all this live stream. All this is live stream. Doing really good solder joints for tantalums. They've gotten better from the update, but yeah, from now DLSS 5, like, what are they doing? I mean, AMD and Nvidia are like head to head for terrible drivers. They really are. Like head to head. Like how can you stop trying to make things worse? Stop. It's not a competition to make who can make worse drivers. It seems like it. Just no one talks about the AMD drivers as much. As AMD, good AMD. It's not great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with those drivers. Just wild. So yeah, like tantalum caps, learn how to solder them. You can use hot air, but you generally want to do by hand. Stacking caps, whether it be these, um, large. These are a bit larger. Yeah, they're small, but a bit larger. Your smaller 0402s and your smaller 0201s, like these ones, stacking them. That can be a bit challenging for some people, but I stack them all. Add extra caps. Voltage control up here. Voltage control for core. Right here. Voltage control for memory. Then learning about resistor dividers. So, and also some controllers. So some of these controllers here. It's kind of hard to see. I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in again. Oh wow, you like the hot glue? All right, so here. So here. Right here is a piece of wire with solder, shorting out a certain spot to make sure you're getting rid of certain overcurrent protection on the card. Overcurrent, there's no real over voltage, but it does do overcurrent and technically over voltage. I gotta fix up this one resistor here. But redoing resistor divider for the controller as well for switching frequencies. So this card switching frequency is at about 920 kilohertz. Stock is 270. So it helps a lot. And this right here is for voltage control, this wire. Yeah, I gotta fix up that one resistor. I mean, I could fix up both, but this one for sure. That's what I do. I do a lot of work on these different kind of controllers. This is NCP 538 controller. It's an older controller and it's kind of a pain in the butt to work with, but you do what you gotta do. Yeah. Reading data sheets and understanding the data sheets on what matters and what doesn't matter, what you can get away with for the controller, really helpful. And being able to solder smaller resistors. especially if you're working on this area here with these really small pads on the controller. It can be very tricky. And then let's say you do mess up and you get solder all over in these pads, it's not easy to get clean out these pads. Not as easy as other ones. Where to start, more or less. First thing you're going to learn about the data sheet here, the data sheet on this here, is find out the chip. So the chip. So you get on the data sheet, the first. It's generally give you the first or second page on the data sheet always, but you want to see the layout of the chip. So generally, you got your top part, so your angle, so silk screen. Right, silk screen shows what side it should go on. So here's our top, and the pin layouts will go generally counterclockwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 on this one here, right here. So this pin right here, right there. So this pin right here. I'm sorry, 15. This pin right here. Hopefully I'm showing. Let's get out the really pointy ones. So this one right here goes to this resistor here. Also goes to this resistor over here. But this resistor over here is the one we wanted to work on for controlling voltage. So this pin here, right here, pin 15, is voltage sense plus. We didn't want to work on, I think it's over here, voltage feedback. Voltage sense plus, though, is the one we wanted. Now, it's a different way to do voltage control, and a little bit trickier, but this is the one I wanted to do, so that way I had no over voltage protection. So this pin here is V-sense plus, and then V-sense minus, but we want plus. So you have to trace back, either trace it, or you can use a multimeter and put it into continuity mode, and then figure out, hold it to that pin, and then figure out which one of these that you got to go to. So one of these resistors. Again, this resistor does connect to this one as well, but it's the wrong way. Okay? So you got to figure out what's our top and our bottom. This is our top and this is our bottom. We have to fit, we want our bottom. This is our top. Our top would work, but not work at the same time. It might not, I mean, generally it would work, but could cause other issues, because that could be connected to another pin. Even though this one's connected to this one, but it could also be connected to another one. This one is strictly our bottom that goes to this pin. That's why learning the way the actual resistors are laid out and resistor dividers, such as these ones here, even though they're not very pretty looking. I had them looking better, but I was doing some work on the card and just quickly threw them into place. So these ones here go to ILIM, these two. This piece of wire that's also soldered, it's all solder, and there's a piece of wire. There's two pads on this. I think it's MON and ILIM. ILIM is the one I wanted, and that is for switching frequency. Okay, so right here, but it's also connected ILIM and another pin together to get rid of overcurrent protection. So on some cards, if you did this, because of the way they had the resistor divider laid out, if you did this one, you would actually mess up your switching frequency by getting rid of overcurrent protection, which is, yeah, So luckily on this card, this is the EVGA. It's a cheap model EVGA GTX 460. Luckily, it didn't do anything to my switching frequency. So when I went to redo the resistor divider, which is multiple resistors in a sequence that go to ILIM for switching frequency, I just had to change out one resistor. Okay? And it's R bottom. You generally always want to try to do your R bottom. You don't want to do R top. R top could be connected to other components as well. R bottom, as long as you're going to the right pin, so it's the second pin over from mine, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, 6 or 7 months since I've worked on this card for it. But yeah, this is R bottom, this is R top. Even though this is closer to this is still R bottom, this is R top. And R top, I'm pretty sure, goes to the first pin and the second pin. And yet the R bottom just goes to this pin here. And it does not go to the other pin. So I can switch out this resistor due to the ILIM and the switching frequency that it's saying on the datasheet for this controller. If I switch this from 30 kilohertz, it'll go down to, it was stock 30 kilohertz. So 30 kilohertz is the resistor that was on it, and it give me 30 kilo ohms. Sorry, wow, 30 kilo ohms. So this right here was 30 kilo ohms stock. And then if I wanted to get 600 kilohertz, so stock was 270 kilohertz, and if I wanted around 600, it probably would have gave me 540 kilohertz roughly on load, 540 kilohertz. I could have put a 20 kilo ohm resistor on our bottom, which would have gave me about roughly probably 540. I'll do some more testing, but 540 kilohertz switching frequency. This is a 10 kilo ohm resistor, which is the max that you can do on this controller. This controller's max frequency, switching frequency, is 1 megahertz. With a 10 kilo ohm resistor for ILIM in the resistor divider for it, it gives me 920 kilohertz switching frequency, which is almost 1 megahertz, the max. So this controller, the VRM, which is the MOSFETs, the Dr. MOSFETs, which you can't see, the Dr. MOSFETs, and the switching frequency controllers before the VRM are all maxed at 1 megahertz. So I'm at the max of what this board can actually do with this controller, with those MOSFETs. Unless you can find a controller that you can switch this out, has the exact same basically layout. Basically has the same layout. That has a higher frequency that your tolerance, then yeah, you could redo the resistors to it and all that, and then figure out how to. You'd have to do a lot of work, but yeah, you could technically do it if a controller had the same pin layout. But yeah, this card's maxed, like 100% maxed. Every mod that basically you can do to it, it's done to it. It's done. I guess I just kind of blabbed on there for a bit, my bad. I enjoy overclocking and modifying stuff. Yeah, all this is modified, 100%, all modified. Can't do anything basically more to this card. Again, all these caps are double stacked, all of them, basically. Same thing with the memory. This card, when I got it, someone dropped it off at my place with a motherboard, old motherboard and CPU as well. This card didn't even work. I fixed it up. And needed a reflow of memory chips. And then I had to do another one recently. tweezers. Needle nose, the angle tip, nice sharp. Because if, like my other pair here, like this pair here, see how I made it so that way, so bent them inwards, right? And then bent the tips out to flatten them. These work really good. You can angle it too. You can get a good angle onto it. Bend. My LGA 1366 Asus P6 X58D-E board. I got it broken. And I had to. It was missing pins. They broke the pins off of it. What I did for that, and so they broke pins and bent them. I fixed the ones that were bent, same way, and then the other ones that were completely broken off, I just flipped the pins over. Yeah, it rolls off the tongue. Let's see. Do I have a board here? Give me one sec. Should. Yeah, there we go. I mean, kind of looks nasty. Give me one sec here. Probably got a ton of cat hair, but I don't really care. All right. So you got we got a ton of these. We want this way. That's right. So here. No. Do this one. Yeah. So this one here, right? We gotta want other pair. I gotta clean it up. Go. This is very difficult to do on screen. Oh, I'm so bad at using the monitor for this. Down here. There we go. Oh, I can't see there. Yeah, yeah. Now this is just a crap board for spare parts, MOSFETs and other things. Flipping, so let's see, you got a broken pin. I'm not sure if this one has it. This is just a broken board I got years ago. Try to see if it actually has a broken pin we can flip. So let's just go off of something I can easily maybe do here. So when I'm talking about flipping the pin, so you know how these pins here, they're really long and whatnot, but when they break, let's see if I can break one easily here. I can't break one easily, apparently. On top of literally taking the pin and when you're you gotta really have a steady hand. But if you set yourself up, I'm gonna show you what I'm looking like here for that. So when you're doing it, you want to hold the tweezers like this. Hold yourself to the board so that, and what you can really do too is cover, because something flat. Do I have anything? Yes. Some RAM, right? If you really wanted to make sure something to cover that, so that way you can work onto it. Now you can cover up the whole surface area and all that, so that way when you're working on it, you guarantee you're not going to mess up any other pins, right? So what you can do is steady your hand. Steady your hand, and you're going to want to hold it like this, and you're going to want to flip it. Although I'll do it on screen, but that's what I'm doing. You're going down in, and you're flipping it, and then you're going to crimp it. Alright, and then you're going to crimp it. And then what you're going to do from a donor board is you can use hot air or something like that, or if you can pull a pin out of a donor board, you can slip that into that. You can slip it into that spot, and it holds, and it's good. No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm trying to use the monitor. I'm not good at using the monitor for this, and I literally have my hand like reached out when I'm doing all this soldering that's live and that. I just don't have a good setup to do the way I generally solder. I'm really fast and very, very good at soldering, except for when I'm streaming and making videos. Yeah, it's support. So like you're taking the pin here. I know I'm like losing out with the light. Hey, how's it going there, Dad? So let's see if I can do it without blocking the light. So you're gonna grab the pin down in, and you're gonna fold it. So you gotta stay steady. And what you might need to do is push and twist at the same time, so that way you can get that pin under. Alright. So you got it like that. Right? See how it's bent now? You want to squeeze it together. And then once it's all squeezed together, You got a spot for a donor pin. I know it's not easy. Yeah, I need a coffee. It's not easy to do, but if you have any other board, like a donor board, you can practice on it too. Because again, it's the main thing is being able to do that flip. See how it's all flipped over now? There, and then you can put another pin, because now that other pin's not lifted up. If that pin's lifted up and you can't, and the other pin's, let's say it's bent, make sure it's all put into place too. And then when you put another pin in, you can push it in really good. And it makes solid contact, and it's a gold plated and gold plated. So some people will solder, like use hot air and solder, do the same thing, or just solder up a new pin to it. That's solder, and that connection's terrible. Doing the flip method pushes this pin in, like pushes it in, and then you got a nice spot to where it's nice tight hold. Now, is it going to look very good in the board? No, but the connection is perfect. All right, like I mean, it's as if it's a new pin basically. But some people, yeah, they'll try to solder a new pin into it, and it's no good. It's no good. That solders are worse than your gold-plated pins. Yes, they're gold-plated. They're not all gold. They're just gold-plated. No, same type. Has to be the same socket. The actual pins will be different. So here, yeah, I was gonna show. I can show if you just want clarification. But yeah, you have to make sure it's. I'm pretty sure LJ 115 blah 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 55 56 51. They're all the same. But you can't go from LJ 115 to LJ 1366 or LJ 2011. You can't. I'm pretty sure all LJ115X, you can just call it X at the end, all that, they're all the same pins. They just have more or less more pins than previous gens. Yeah, they are. They are. And so I'm pretty sure the LJ pads are the exact same. The CPUs are the exact same. No, they're the same. Those are the same, as long as they're the same platform. But you gotta think the newer stuff is all soldered. The like let's say Intel 7th gen, you can take an Intel 7th gen from a laptop and put or mini desktop and put it in a desktop. A mini desktop, a mini computer. You just gotta think heatsink, if whether it has a heatsink or not. If the manufacturer for the laptop has a custom heatsink for it for direct die, right? The pads and CPU size are the exact same though. But now newer stuff is all BGA soldered on. Same thing with the RAM soldered on. This is just a piece of sandpaper. because I'm working on a metal surface. Just makes it so what I'm soldering doesn't slide all over. There's my fancy board that we can grab back out. This is a NVIDIA GTX 260 V2 that I desoldered, except for the core and the chipset for the display. Everything else is off the board. Memory, VRM, everything's off of it. There's an internal short somewhere, probably the core. i5 7400 does not have bad CPU. The 7100 pretty good too. The i3. If I remember, it's 2-core, 4-thread. $12. That's not bad. That's $12 shipped, I hope. Yeah, 4-core, no, yeah, 7400. Yeah, 4-core, no hyperthreading. Yep, that sounds about right. The 7100 though, the i3 7100T, 2-core, 4-thread. Just give me 1 minute. 23 shipped for 4 gig stick. What? I was looking at a lot. I was literally looking at a lot on eBay. 150 sticks. 150 sticks. For like what? I think it wanted $60. It really is. For DDR4 for a 4 gig. Wait, that's DDR4. Yeah, no, what I'm talking about, the 150 sticks for like $60. It's DDR3, but I mean, there's a lot of good brand, like a lot of good brands. G-Skill, Corsair, like a whole bunch. Yeah, a bunch of bear dye, but I don't care. That'd be a good day or a good week of binning the RAM. See what ones are good or not. Show how to people how to bin. Yeah. Yeah, it's still good. 150 sticks for $60. Yeah, shipped. That's shipped. Canadian. Canadian. Give me 1 sec here. Tickle kitty. Yeah, shipping price is really getting out of hand, man. It really is. Like, holy moly. I need more coffee. All right, so let's do. Actually, let's do a tantalum. Yeah, 1050 Ti's are asking for $100. You can literally get a 1070. You can literally get 1070s for the same price. We're gonna do a tantalum cap. Yeah, you can get 1050 Ti's for that price. Some people are actually high. People are wanting over $600. Over 600 for a 1080 Ti. Some people. Like, what? They got no driver support for them. Why are people buying them? So, doing these here. Testing his Wi-Fi. Yeah, I would like a G64 or a G74. So a little bit of flux on there. I would like a G74 to be honest. Clean up these pads. There we go. Nice, perfect looking pads again. Clean that up real good. There we go. So new solder on those pads. A light amount of flux. True. Yeah. Maybe. Well. Yeah. No. For old cards. Nah. Because you can get small form factor Intel cards now. You get small form factor Intel cards. Yeah, it was OEM. Yep. It would be. Although again, you can get Intel, a B380. And then to take these off, to take off these tantalum here, what you want to do is go in with a clean soldering tip again. Hit it and then do a light pull and then also wick away some. Go back into it. I mean, when I say light pull, barely pulling at all. So the main thing when doing this, just slid that, there we go. When you're doing the pull method, is you're not pulling too hard to where you're going to bend it up, or else you can break this tab on the other side. So it'll see, I'm not sure if you can see that. Maybe I'll turn it to a different view here. let's do just like that. Yep. Intel's going to help NVIDIA with their CPUs big time. So, light pull up. See how we're just slightly pulling that up? Let that re-solidify. Go to the other side and do the same thing. Clean up your soldering tip as you go. See how that went up just a little bit? That's all right. Because the next time we go to this side now, we will be able to pull this up further and completely clean off that solder, hopefully. Go. Yep, exactly. Well worth it for NVIDIA. Well worth it for NVIDIA. And as you can see with the marketing as well, for Intel, it's a lot better words going around for Intel. Okay, this side's free. See how that's like that? There's just a little bit of hold on the other side. We go in. There we go. And that way you don't break your tantalum. The ends here, the terminals, these are the terminals here. That's why you don't actually break those. Then when you're done here, clean up your soldering tip, a little bit of flux like that. Clean up your soldering tip and just run it over those pads. And as you'll see, the solder will stick to your soldering tip. Those are ready to go for next time. And the RX 485 was, yep. Depends. You can get, like I said, 1070s you can get for a good price. So yeah, in my opinion, yeah, 1070s you can get for around $100. I mean, there are some models of RX 580 you can get for $50 used, but it's hard to even find them at $50 because that's the price you should be buying them at, around $50 used, if not cheaper. Let's go, let's do some soldering on these ones here. Trying to figure out what I did with my caps. Where'd my baggie of caps go? Oh. Probably getting pretty. Yeah. Yup. Even the 10 series are not that great. So I try to recommend 30 series if you can find them for a good price. Because even my 37 Ti matches a 9070 XT in games. So we're going to add that You see that all right? There we go. A little bit of flux. New solder. See how those pads are shiny? These ones are dull. These dull pads are oxide. These new pads have no oxidation on them. Makes soldering a lot easier. So what we're going to do is hold our soldering iron to that pad and then slide our cap to it. Alright. Like that. Now you might have a horn. That's fine. You have that horn, just clean up your soldering tip. A little bit of flux. A little bit of a little boop. Down. Now see the other side, a little bit of flux. Clean up your soldering tip. Need more flux. I need flux on the Q-tip. There we go. You pull it off. Pull some of the solder. Pull some more. And here. Go to the other side. Let's see if we can do this here. It's difficult to get an angle where I'm at both of these. Board's probably not warm enough for me to quickly desolder that, so I'm going to leave it. Yeah, it's a cap. It's a MLCC cap, multi-layer ceramic capacitor. Then show the stacking. This is something you'll be doing a lot, doing modifications to graphics cards, is stacking. We already got some flux there. So you want to do is line this up onto the cap, right? One thing you can do is add the soldering iron to it and push this too. And line that up, pull away. Like that. Don't worry about a little bit of a horn right now. Next, you want to do the other side. Start at the pad, so that way when you push any little bit of extra solder here up into the joint, like that. Clean up your soldering tip. Let's add a little bit of flux to that, right to the top. We're just gonna lightly touch. Like that. See how clean that is. Clean up your tip. Go to the other side. There you go. Tiny components on the back of the LGA CPU. They're readily available. Which ones you talking about though? You talk about like these kind of like these ones here, or you're talking about the 02005s. These are right here, 02005s. Are you talking about these ones here? Because these ones here are 0201s. And then we got 0402s. Let's see if I got it here. Yep. What a lot of people mess up is if they delid their CPU, they'll mess up these ones down here. More or less this guy. That's readily available as well. It's an 0201. That's a cap. It's a high voltage cap. High voltage, low microfarad cap. Yeah, they're fairly readily available as long as you know what you need. You can actually just get off Amazon, although on Amazon they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Yeah, let's give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this down a bit more here. I guess so that way you can see the stacking here. There we go. Alright, so it's stacked up now. This is what you need to do for graphics cards. Is try to stack them. And you're only going to do one on top of another one. You're not going to do any more than this. Stacking is what you're just going to do. Just help for transient response, better stability at higher clocks. When you're doing overclocking for records, you gotta really need to learn how to do this. Because you have to do these 0402s and then these 0201s down here. Doing these as well, which could be a real pain. And then since there's so many around, you gotta have a steady hand. No, ask away, man. Ask away. I don't mind. I really don't. If anyone else is here and wants to ask questions too, I don't mind. I don't mind. When I first started off with my channel, I was talking to nobody for months, and then Hart, I haven't seen Hart in a while, but Hart came by and was my first viewer for a while. He talked for me. I just talked to myself though. Yeah, you need to learn how to do this basically. See how nice this side is, and if I wanted to, I can clean up the other side. So like a little bit of flux there. Okay, I need to clean up my soldering tip more. Go. It's like basic console. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's to learn. The more you do something, the better you get at it, right? Doing this kind of stuff is more steady hand than anything, and then you don't have to have the most expensive tools for it, but doing for certain parts, you're gonna have to have certain kind of tools for it. Like this, I'm just using a cheap hot air and soldering iron. Very cheap. One that I actually recommend because it's cheap and it works really good. I've modified, I don't know how many GPUs now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 GPUs I've modified so far. I want to keep doing more. I've also modified CPUs as well, extra capacitors on CPUs. Older ones, it's more beneficial from testing. Older CPUs is more beneficial for it. RAM, I've also modified RAM. Modified motherboards. Yep, you just need basic, and you can make it work really well for you. The hot air, if you can get it and make like a stand to blow hot air onto wherever you're working on, it's really good. So we'll do one right beside it. Actually, let's clean up all these pads here. You don't need anything too fancy. Especially if you're just learning, you really don't. Alright, so you want to hold solder to these pads to get that nice and hot. Take your capacitor, whatever component, and push it to it. Go to the other side. The pad first, and work your way to the component. Just add a little bit of flux. I mean, this right here is technically acceptable. It's all good. I just like to have it cleaner, so a little bit of flux. Clean that up. Go to the other side. Clean that up, right? Makes it look better. Just makes it look better. It doesn't mean you have to do that. It just makes it look better. Right? So, do it a bit quicker this time though. So, we've already got this pad back here ready, so we'll do that. Go. And I don't have another cap ready. We'll do this one a bit quicker. It's 100% acceptable. It's technically in its place, not anywhere else. Does it look great? No. Well, guess we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Easier pain to take off the soldering iron. go. Good and clean. Again. Bad. Clean up all that flux. Now, let's say you have somewhere over here. This is a little cap there from previous stream I did. The 0201 here. Just say if you have any spot where your Q-tip's grabbing, generally means you have a horn. So like, also why I prefer having a nice clean joint on my work here is to make sure when you're going cleaning it up with the Q-tip, you're not losing fluff. It's not tearing apart your Q-tip, right? So you don't want that. You don't want your Q-tip tearing apart and then going all over the place. Now these smaller 0402s, right, like this one, or I mean 0201s, they can just do that because how small they are. These ones here shouldn't grab your Q-tip at all. That's why the horns, let's see if I can make one here. The horns on your work. Aha, could make one. The horn grabs on your Q-tip. See how it's like ripping my Q-tip right up? That just destroys the Q-tips. No good. That's why a nice clean work, not too much solder. That right there also lets you know you're using too much solder generally. Especially if you're getting, let's do this, a big horn on it. Then when you go and clean it up with a little bit of flux, clean up my Q-tip now, or my soldering iron here. See how we have that big blob? You go and clean it up with a little bit of flux and then a clean soldering iron afterwards. Yeah, your Q-tip doesn't hit and all. But that's, I mean, you get too much solder on that. I mean, that's just wasteful for one. I mean, yeah, it's not the worst, but when you're dealing with these smaller ones, when you're doing a lot of this, you're going to go through a lot of solder. A lot more solder than you would if you're doing like these. Right? Like this double stack, use less solder, or about this probably same amount of solder as this one side. Yeah, exactly there, Dav. Yeah. That's why I don't like this. Then when you have that, I don't know if I cleaned up the flux enough. And when you have these big balls there, and you go, and let's say you didn't add flux onto that because you're going to use more flux to clean this up. So you're using more flux and more solder and more time. And then let's say you did that. Look, now you just, it's hard to see, but you made a little horn. That's going to grab your Q-tip, right? You can't see it, but there's another horn on the back end. So a little bit more flux. Clean that up. Clean up your soldering iron again. Clean up your soldering iron again. One more little bit of flux. Boom. That's good. All cleaned up. See how it's not grabbing my Q-tip anymore? Oh, it's gonna grab because that bunched up one already destroyed. So we'll grab a new Q-tip. See how it's not grabbing my Q-tip? Like I'm doing the exact same thing. Slow pull. It's not grabbing my Q-tip. That's what you want. And then you can clean up. Look how shiny that is. Look how shiny those are. Oh my god, look how shiny they are. Professional work. You want professional. Knocked components off? With like a Q-tip? No. With like a toothbrush? With my toothbrush? And this toothbrush, I mean, look at it. It's covered in flux, and I'm not using any isopropyl, and I'm pushing. Nah, man. This isn't even a warmed up toothbrush that has flux all over. That is very not easy to. Look at that. You can see how gummied up it is. Right? I'm like look at the brush. Look at it. Look at it. Pushing it almost right down the plastic. That's a double stack. Remember, this is a double stack. What about my little guy here? My 0201. Yeah. You should not. You should not, like, there's no way you should be able to do that. Like, I don't know how people would do that. Like, knock off component. Yeah, I could probably, look, on the double stack. Look at my Q-tip. Ready? Broke it. I broke it. If you're knocking components off, especially after you solder it, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, that's a double stack. And look how, like almost perfect line up. This one has a little, again, this side has a little much on it. That's why I went on to the double stack to show what I like. This is the kind of work I like right here. A nice clean look, not too much solder on both sides. Everything looks good. But yeah, you can literally, I don't know how someone would knock something off. Like this right here I put on last stream. I forgot to take it off. Q-tip. Look, see, I'm gonna do like Wayne Gretzky style. Yeah, show ya. Like Wayne Gretzky style going for a slap shot. look how close I am to it. Ready? So, see, I'm about to break the Q-tip. I'm dragging it across. Right? Like literally breaking the Q-tip. Right? I'm trying to hold the PCB, but yeah, you shouldn't be breaking anything or knocking any off. McDonald's can never make a double stack. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. That's good. Yeah. No, you shouldn't. There's no way for even like PB free. You shouldn't be knocking any of it off. That's only this right here. What I'm using for solder is 50/50 solder. Yeah, no, you really shouldn't be able to knock anything off. If let's say you somehow like I can literally probably lift up this whole PCB from the double stack. Hopefully without breaking the yeah, we can lift up the whole PCB. So the main thing what would happen is not the component breaking off. It'd be the pads. The pads can rip. And the pads ripping I do have some rip pads on this one. I just quickly I took one stream. One stream was like 7 hours of desoldering everything off of this. So there we go. There's a rip pad right here. Rip pad. That's what you can do. Rip a pad. And if I wanted, I could scrape away, get the trace, and redo that pad if I wanted. Yeah, they are. Because you're literally using... Let's see if I have some of that wire around. You can use tinned or untinned. I got some tinned right here. Stuff is a real pain. There we go. So right here, and we gotta grab one wire. That's why good pair of tweezers, or at least modifying them up to be good. There's 2 strands. I just want one. There we go. So you want to use wire like this. This is tinned wire. You can use just pure copper. This is a tinned. And then redoing the trace. And then if you want, give me a second here. I don't have any masking, so that's the only thing that will hold me back on that. So let's move this up. Move this down. So what you will need to do is scratch away the surface. Give me one sec. I can't use the camera for that. I gotta look. Yeah, there we go. And my eyeballs are better than what I can see. So that. And turn fan up, fan. This, go. We gotta set it up for this. So, yeah, we got our wire. Right, that's the wire we're gonna use. Need a little bit of flux right here. Oh no. I lost my wire. There it is. Put this in a safe spot for now. So what we gotta do is add some solder to this. And give me a second. Easier with my eyeballs. So see that? It really is. Yeah, it's annoying. So see how we have this wire here now? I'm gonna knock it off. So we got a trace right here. It goes to this. I just wanted to show because I need masking for this. Good luck trying to do it without masking, basically. So masking is like the UV masking. You need it because when you get the wire, the first part of the wire connected to that trace. See if I can do it with the monitor. Just one sec. Let me get. Try to do this again. Scratching away the masking is very easy. Really is. It's not that bad. So I'm not sure if we can see it now. No, I still can't really see it. Kind of annoying. Camera's good, but not that good. Yeah, PC. Yep. Band-Aid. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. So let's see if we can put some solder there and show you. So right here, a little bit of copper showing. That's the trace that goes to that pad that will go underneath the layer. So let's add a little bit of flux. we go. Grab a new wire here. So I'm just going to straighten out the wire. That's why I like my tweezers that I'm modified for this kind of stuff, because it's got such a far back hold on it. It's got such a far back hold onto it that it holds very nicely even far back, so you can straighten it out a lot easier. And what you can do is just hold the wire to that trace, roughly the angle that you need, like this. See if I can do this with the monitor here. I think I can. I'm also pretty far away from where I generally am working, but alright, so let's do this instead. There we go. Alright. You know, hold it pretty flat down too, the whole length of your wire to this. See, that's right connected. Need a little more solder on that. We might need some flux. I'm getting somewhere though. Eyeballs is so much easier. Alright, there. There we go. Yeah, the wire attached, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Because you don't want, that's why I'm literally just using the edge of it. Because as soon as you hit this little bit of wire and the small trace that's there, even though it has a solder, you have a chance of pulling away too much solder, for one, and two, you're heating the wire up too much because it's such a thin wire, to where it's very difficult to get it to actually attach. It's, I don't know, you can't really tell, but it's sticking up in the air. And then you're gonna need masking. I mean, what you can do here is you get another pair of tweezers, like this one, right? And then this is why modified tweezers come in handy too. You gotta hold this down to the PCB, alright? You hold it down. You grab the other end, and you're just gonna go back and forth. Like this. You can use something to cut it, but this you can just do like this. And then eventually it will just break like that. And then you got this little piece right here left over. That's all you really need. I know it's probably not the greatest to see. I can't afford a better camera right now. But then what you gotta want to do, I gotta use my other pair of tweezers too, because they're easier to hold together. is hold it here, right? Well, hold it where it's just coming out of the trace where you soldered it. And then you're going to want to bend this. Like that. Well, it needs to be in a bit more. A little bit more. I might need my other tweezers here. That's why having dedicated tweezers for this is very handy as well. Or having like a something where you can really grab. Right? So you're making basically a circle like that. That's in that pad. So it's inside that pad. And then you're going to UV mask this whole thing. Scrape away just the pad just to expose it, and then you can add solder to it. It's not the greatest. I'm trying to use the I do this by my eyeball. I do this by eyeball a lot better than this. That was my first time using the monitor. That's not half bad. But yeah, that's basically what you do. And even that will grab it. See that? Yeah, spinning that in one more time would be better too. If you give me a second, I'll pull it away. I can't do it over there. It's not in a good spot for me. Plus, I just do this by eyeball a lot easier. You know, perfect circle. That's all in there. Perfect little circle now. It's all in the pad. Nice. And what we could do is even bring that back around. Actually, can I bring that back around? Maybe. There we go. There we go. That looks better. There. It's not even just the inversion. When I'm out here, my arms are stretched out. So where you guys can see it, and I have it set like that because that way if I'm like hitting the desk a lot, it's hitting the PCB, but and all that. But if I'm hitting the desk a lot, see how there's like minimal vibration? But if I have the camera set up on the desk to where it's comfortable for me, the camera, even though it's the PTZ, so it kind of mitigates the shaking too, it looks terrible in my opinion. I don't want people to be like, ah, well, that looks terrible. If I had a better camera too, I'd be able to have like a better digital zoom, so I can zoom in. You'd be able to see this better. But This camera does all right. It does all right. But yeah, this is, I don't know if we can show it a bit better here. There you go. That's the best location that we can do. That's how you gotta do a trace though. Scrape away the masking until you see copper. Add a little solder to it. Add the wire to it. And then do a little coil. Make sure the coil is in the pad, the rip pad spot though. So that way when you add the masking, it's basically flat. Basically all flat there. And you just gotta scrape away the masking to expose the wire again, and then add some solder. If I try to add solder to this right now, it would desolder this. Alright? If I wanted to, I can add a resistor right now, but what's gonna happen is the resistor, when I solder, even if I did this end first and then this end, because you're gonna want to solder this end first, when you solder this end, you're going to have a big blob that's going to connect this point and the wire to that resistor or capacitor. That's the only thing. And with a masking job, it's, for one, stronger, and two, you can just solder it like how you'd normally solder it. Because if you do it other way, you have to solder this way first, and make sure you're putting pressure down to hold this into place. Alright? And then you got to make sure that you're adding enough solder that it connects this and adds it to the wire, that little piece of wire that you added, to the actual component. Yeah, way better. Yeah, with the masking. Yep. And it's just UV masking. I'll be getting some probably here soon. That way I can show how to do this. I already know, I can do this. I just don't have masking right now. Right? It's not too, yeah, it's super small. I mean, it's thinner than your hair, this wire. But it's all about steady hand, right? Like, I'm literally holding up the PCB right now and trying to show all this. And I think I'm pretty steady. It's all about how steady you can be, comfortable, and I don't know, working at your pace. When I say work slow if you work slow. If you work fast, work fast. I work fast. And I don't generally use a camera for this. I use my eyeballs. Or a microscope, like how some people do with a microscope. I do it all by eyeball. Yeah, it's not fun, but it is what it is. You do rip a pad, I mean, it's not the end of the world. You just grab a little bit of wire. A little bit of wire. Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, you're kind of helping out the live stream here. It's good when people are asking questions. Why I made the channel, to help out people. I mean, people want help with overclocking. It's really what I do, though. I do DDR2, 3, 4, 5 for RAM overclocking for timings and frequencies and voltages. I do CPUs, all old CPUs, new CPUs, doesn't matter if it's Intel or AMD. Graphics cards, doesn't matter if it's AMD or NVIDIA. I haven't worked on Intel graphics cards because they're new, and I just haven't been able to afford any of their new stuff. Eventually, I'll be working on them though. Then I'll have some knowledge on overclocking and modifying Intel graphics cards. Until then, just continue doing what I'm doing. Nah, no difference. Just the scores are a little bit worse on some benchmarks for Windows 11 versus Windows 10. But then there's a couple benchmarks where Windows 11 is more beneficial. But no stability difference that I've noticed. You do. I have a video for debloating. Works for Windows 11 and Windows 10. It's very, very easy to. Just copy and paste what I have in the description. Just copy and paste that into. Just follow the video. Then copy and paste that script. And then don't uncheck everything unless you don't care about certain things. But just do the basic and it helps debloat. The basic does a lot. Like what it automatically applies. You can basically debloat everything though. Like take away basically everything though. I have a fairly recent video on it. And it works for Windows 10 and 11. I've done it on both. Oh, 100% will. Apparently AMD and NVIDIA with drivers from 4 or 5 drivers ago now, because they've had done a lot of fixes, used AI for the driver. That's what was causing a lot of issues. Apparently it was AMD and NVIDIA. Like, what are you doing? Like, wild, man. Wild. Yeah, just go. Yeah, I hear you. Yep. Yup. See, the thing is, if you're trying to like, especially if you're de-bloating Windows too, there is like you can get rid of basically a lot of things off of it, but there are going to be some applications. I call it software. Now it's all called apps, applications. I call it all software. Everything that you've downloaded is software. Um, where some of that won't work because you got rid of certain portions of that Windows, and Windows like Windows 10, Windows 11 have um, older Windows built into it. Not everything from the older Windows, but portions of it, like certain DirectX, certain portions from older Windows to make it more backwards compatible, right? That's what PC hardware is backwards compatible and future compatible. Now, not everything's gonna be future compatible, but a lot of it is. Yeah, and you can strip out the Copilot. Yep. But don't like Microsoft Edge. A lot of people think, oh yeah, just get rid of Microsoft Edge. I don't know. And don't get rid of Microsoft Store because that can also cause issues with some things. Yep. Now, when I'm doing my extreme overclocking, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it getting rid of everything. Everything. Because I'll just download what I can from known sources that just work. It'll just install it whatever it needs to run. Perfect. Doesn't have to have certain portions of older Windows already installed onto the OS so that way it can actually download it or work or function proper. The for the benchmarks I'm doing, automatically download everything that needs to be put in place. I'm gonna make another coffee. What if do I have rip pads on this thing I can show? This blue board will be easier to show, like trace repairs and that. Rip pads. I don't think so. Does not look it. Yeah, this blue board would be a lot better, but oh yeah, there's a few over there. I don't think those are repairable though. I don't see any traces for them. I don't see any traces for them. Oh, there's one that I can do right there. There is one right there. Oh, if you can see it right here. Oh yeah, it's just. Oh no, is it? It is attached. Sweet. I say, is it just a floating piece of wire? I'm using the wrong tweezers for that. I wonder that was so difficult. Is there most common type of fault you tend to see on GPU? Yeah, memory. Memory. And the thing is, memory, for memory here, it's not just the memory that could be faulty onto it as well. The memory could be faulty, and then portion of the pads underneath the GPU core could be part of it too. So that's where it becomes an issue. Now the actual, let's see if we can find them on this one. It's old flux. I don't see any. No, I don't. Oh yeah, right there. So like your voltage regulator. Your regulator here. Voltage in, voltage out. Voltage in could be higher than voltage out, and this is ground for clamp. This is a voltage regulator, okay? Right here. Now, I have very rare cases these can go. Very rare. And that can cause stability issues for artifacting. Very rare case that actually one of these go. Yeah, so that's the cause of your PCIe slot, right? The weight onto it and then bending it. And that's just BGA, cracking BGA. Cracking your BGA. Which a reflow can fix, unless how rough it is. Because if the flex is too much, it's going to hit your core. And if generally, let's say, this memory chip goes, well, this memory chip goes over to here, this section here might be bending too. Depends on how well the actual cooler mounts are and all that, but yeah. That's why you get yourself a GPU support bracket, right? Why is using a monitor so hard to do this? Like, I'm literally... How do people do this? I broke it. How do people do it? How do people do it? How do people do it? Yeah, for bigger cards, I mean, you definitely need some sort of support bracket, support stand for it, for sure. Give me 1 second to use my eyeballs. Let's clean that up a bit. We got a spot we can attach our wire to. Right there. There's no point in me doing that right now because I can't use the monitor. I don't have a good setup, so that way we can show. Because, yeah, I do buy a eyeball. With monitor, I mean, there's no chance of me doing it. It would take me 6 hours to do that one trace when it should only take, like, maybe a minute or two. Sweet, sweet cat. I mean, like, even with my 2080 Super. My 2080 Super with, it's a EVGA Hydro Copper. It's a 4-to-win, 2080 Super Hydro Copper. Now, that card in that block weigh like almost 6 pounds. Yeah, rip EVGA. I like EVGA. They're overclockers don't really care about them, just due to the fact they're all custom fully custom, and there's a lot more intuitive to modify them, but I like them. I like the challenge. Yep, they sure do. They just don't do graphics cards. I like the PSUs. Their supernovas are really good. Even their bronze. Their bronze are really good too. Probably not. Because each manufacturer wants the person to buy their own. Like, don't go out and buy generic, or make it harder for generic to do it. Why generic would just become king, right? Only generic would sell. Instead, generic has to do this, generic has to do that, generic has to do this. Oh, they make it so that way generic has to spend more. So that way generic costs more. Oh, whoa, if I just spend $5 more, I can get the real thing. Ooh, the real thing looks a bit better for $5 more. Ooh, right? Now you gotta look at it all marketing wise, man. You gotta account to for what's really going on, right? What like there's so much effery around nowadays, like so much. Just a lot of people think, oh, why does it cost this much? Why does it cost this much? Because if it did not cost that much, because if it wasn't designed this certain way, actually because it had to be designed this way, so that way it was not the same as another manufacturer, and also to make it so that way people can't just copy it. You make it harder for people to copy it. Those people have to spend more, and the cost that makes them cost more as well. Which means no one's gonna buy your product. You want people to buy your product. That's why people are like, why don't you make thermal paste, this and that? I've thought about it. It costs me way too much. I already have a good makeup of thermal paste. It'll be premium thermal paste too that people can buy. It just won't be cheap. It's not. It won't be competitive. It'll be fairly close to the same price that you can get the Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut, which is expensive. But it's not a name brand. So if I spend all this money and people don't buy my product, then I'm left with a ton of materials, ingredients, materials. It's more or less materials to make thermal paste, or have all this money spent that I can't even make back. That's why people ask me for years. So I have my own thermal paste. I need to make more thermal paste of my own, because my stuff is getting pretty dried out. I don't have anything right now to make new stuff. But if I can afford to make a huge quantity of it, and I know for sure people are going to be buying it, then that's why I would do it. But if I don't have enough people buying it, then kind of, nah, I don't know. Probably not. It'd be awesome to do, but just too much of a risk. Too much of a risk. Well, did you see like the Bowers video? The Bauer that makes Thermal Grizzly. Roman, good old Roman, that German bastard. So he probably was trying to get the best deals and stuff like that for the copper and aluminum that he wanted to get for making his GPU blocks and CPU blocks and stuff like that. But he got a shipment in from China. The manufacturer sent crappy copper, and then underneath, well, a couple plates of good copper. Underneath that was crappy copper. Underneath that was steel sheets that looked like copper. The aluminum was good for the first few rows. The rest of it was all steel sheets. Oh yeah. Over 40,000 euros. That's like 120-ish, around 100,000. Yeah, around $100,000 that he spent for all that, and he got maybe $4,000 worth of material. Just wild. He makes a ton of money, right, from all of his products and sponsors and stuff like that. But still, that's not that amount of money is still a lot of money. 40,000 euro. Yep. And that's from China. How are you supposed to deal with that? You can't deal with that. Nah, not even quality control issues. It's from China. China's fucking sketchy as man. Because you can't, let's say, you can't do anything about it. You can't. There's literally, you cannot do anything about it. They scam people. Well, if you're in China and whatnot, then they probably won't scam you. But since you're international, well, guess what? You can't do anything about it. You're in China. They're in China. You're in another part of the world. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing you can do. How would you go about suing them? Right? How would you go about it? Yeah. Yeah. That's basically it, man. That's a good way to put it. Yep. Uh, I need to get more thermal paste too. That really sucks. I'm on my last bar. My last bar of my 45-gram tube. Need to get more thermal pastes. Oh my god. That way I can do more overclocking. That actually tube lasts me a while. Oh, I did use up some of my own homemade stuff, but still. That 45-gram tube actually lasts me quite a while. You only need 0.1 LGA 1700 or even AMD's new 9000 series, or even 7000, but 9000 series. Same size. You only need 0.1 of a gram. I did testing live stream. 0.1 of a gram is what you need to cover a whole CPU. So your 10-gram tube, it's hard to do 0.1 of a gram, but still, your 1 gram tube should last you at least 8 CPU redos. So rethermal paste. I wonder, do people over or under paste more often? Oh, they over paste, way over paste. Even that 0.1 of a gram is, yeah, you get spread out. And if you do what I do, and I have videos that they're showing, lapping your CPU, that 0.1 of a gram, you don't even need 0.1 of a gram. You need like 0.05 or less of a gram. That's more than enough. I lap my CPUs and my coolers. I don't think they underpaste though. They definitely just always overpaste. Because they probably worry too much, right? Oh, am I using too little? You can never really use too much unless you're using conductive stuff. Yep, you can get CPU sockets cheap. Do you know how hard it is to replace a CPU socket though? You have to take it to a professional that has an actual a nice hot plate for it, and also a proper reball hot air. Oh, for donor prints. Oh, do you not have like electronic e-waste place around your area? You literally just go to an e-waste place and get like a board for $1 or two. Yeah, check. Just electronic e-waste. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I've asked people and they go, I don't think so, and they search it up. Well, yeah, I got one like pretty close actually. Yeah, man. You'd be surprised. And just see if you can find one. Like it's pretty easy. And you get it dirt cheap. And again, you only want it for spare parts. Give me 1 minute here. $8 ammo. Oh, that's actually not bad. Yeah, accounting for shipping for sure. Yeah, it's usually the issue there. Shipping. $8, that's not bad. Let's see. I should have a baggie. Let's get a caterpillar out here. Caterpillar. Holds it. There we go. Stable. One thing I should invest in is a actual board holder for doing this stuff. So we're gonna do a caterpillar here. Yeah. Remember, it's always work at your pace and don't stress. Steady hand. Right? And if you want, I can, whenever you get it, and I'm live streaming, just come to my live stream and I'll show you on a board. Again, I'll show you again. I don't mind. See how these pads are nice and shiny versus these? That's what you're looking for. These are oxide, these are new. Like that. Now a little bit more flux. Don't need much. Now, a lot of people have issues with these. I like to use straight pair tweezers for this. What a lot of people are having issues with this kind of work is doing it, right? So you're gonna line it up. You gotta line it up. At least get the one, see how you like lined up and holding steady, right? And all you gotta do is tack the one leg here. Give me one sec, I need some solder. There we go. So, get lined up. Nice and lined up where you need it. You tack one leg. Right? And what I like to do is just tack the one leg, go over to the other side, make sure you're putting a little bit of pressure down onto where you're going to tack the other one. And tack the other leg. Now this leg's done and this leg's done. This isn't going to move on you. Yes. I've seen some people's live streams and they're having troubles doing certain soldering. So I gave them some tips and they're like, "Holy moly. Why didn't I think of that?" Sometimes you just don't think of it. And you gotta grab solder onto your soldering tip. Yes. A little bit more. There you go. Decent amount of solder on your soldering tip. Flux on both sides. I see a lot of people, they just put flux all over the place. It's like, why? You're not soldering up top. Decent amount of solder. And just run it over these. Nice and slow. Now, let's say you do this right here. A little bit of flux. Slowly run it over again. A little bit of flux. I might need to clean my solder tip here. There we go. Now we got nice joint on all that. Go to the other side. That one already has lots of flux. And that easy. Yeah, I don't. They use so much for no reason, and like they literally put it all over the component. And they're using hot air. It's like you're putting more heat because the transfer of the flux down here is also gonna be up here too. And then if you're using hot air, you should be using hot air around like this, and then go over to this side, not directly above your component. You don't want to overheat your component. I want to fix that up. There we go. Stop grabbing my Q-tip. There we go. Yeah, it is. It's gonna make a big mess and it's a waste. Especially if you're gonna be doing a lot of soldering too. Start doing a lot of soldering, I mean, oh my god, such a waste. Um, nah, yeah, they don't want to mess with it. I mean, emulation's very easy. I did emulation back when I was a kid. Even though it was not even, like, it was new when I was younger. I guess not a kid, teenager. Not exactly young. see if I can use the monitor here. Voilà. Yep. There's a lot of things that you can do emulation. You just need a little bit, more powerful of a system to be able to do some emulation, right? When I was doing emulation, it was for like Game Boy Color type stuff. Really didn't need a powerful PC for it. Oh, N64? Yeah, I'm a bit older than that. I'm in my 30s. Not too far off. Well, that's good. I mean, I guess some ways it's good. Can't even really see what I'm working here. I think that's soldered. Just got a horn. Yep, I didn't get into PC stuff till about 2016. Well, I was into PC stuff when I was younger, but I grew up out in the country. So I did a lot of fishing, a lot of dirt biking, four-wheeling, stuff like that. Didn't really have the money at the, growing up for having a PC, really. Grew up hunting, fishing, dirt biking, foiling, snowmobiling. Yeah, it turned from a hobby to this is what I do on YouTube now. PC stuff. Oh, 100%. Yep. It is. It is. It is. I mean, there's not much you can do about it, though, right? Can't stop advancement, right? Technology is advancement. I was really hoping that would work. Apparently not. Nope. No, they were not. It's kind of why it's kind of smart that Trump is doing what he's doing. It's good to worry about your own country, your own citizens. A lot of people are hating. It's like, well, it's also if you're illegally in the country, as in you went to that country without any notification, and you're not paying taxes and this and that. And then you got a lot of people going, like, where's the best place to live and all that? And then they say from the country that they're from. So why are you not living there? They have no answer for it. No, you can't. Because there's so much conflict, right? There's so much conflict. And that's the thing. People need to stop being self-centered pieces of absolute crap and start actually using the brain on what actually is right and wrong. What is like there's everyone wants to say good things about where they're from or whatnot too. It's like if you're not living there, why? Why are you not living there? Why do you say it's the best place to live if you are not living there? That's why the was it Venezuela where they got the person that was running it. I'm pretty sure it's Venezuela there. And he had a couple of people go crying about, but basically everyone, even people there, people not living there, people going, yeah, we actually came here because of that. Like, we left that country because of that. Yeah, of course everything's inverted. Yeah, yeah, it is, man. It's wild. It's wild, and just people don't use their brains on what's actually going on. It's like, just like people are complaining about, like, like when you see all those things. Uh, don't forget about the Epstein files because the war is going on. The war's been going on for a while, and now because of what happened with Iran and them, a lot of other countries that might have been like the U.S. was in where Ukraine or something like that, and they striked. Well, if you strike in another country that you know, and they knew that the states was there, you're hurting the states troops or people. It doesn't matter if they were in the states or not. You're attacking them. They're gonna do something back. They're state sponsored. What do you mean by that? That's why I try not to talk too much about that kind of stuff because there's so much different opinions on it. And again, I'm not here to talk about that kind of stuff. I'm here to help out people on PC hardware, but it's also like I'm going to state my opinion on certain things too because I actually use my brain. I might not know everything about it, but if you just look at the way things have been running, um, what is right and wrong, you can kind of figure out good, valid points. No, that's fine. No, I don't mind. Trust me. Wait till Vep gets here. Wait till Vep gets here. Yeah, wait till my normal viewers get here. They'll be here soon. What time is it? 8:17. Yeah, they'll be here soon. They'll get me going just because they want to get me going, man. And then you wait till, and that's nothing compared to dumb people coming in my channel and trying to tell me I'm wrong about PC hardware. And if you stick around with my channel, you'll realize how much I remember. Then I get people come in here. Well, AI said this. AI is wrong. I can't like no. This is what it's saying, and I searched up, and this is where and it's you're wrong. No, I'm right. I'm sorry. I won't. No. See, you've donated enough, buddy. You've donated enough, man. Andy for life. Thanks, Z. Yeah, people going. Yeah, exactly. There, coffee. Exactly. Hopefully, you're having a good morning there, Z. Oh yeah, you said. I mean, when did you want to play some Red Sec? Some Battlefield. Are you still here, Z? Where'd you go, Z? Don't just drop $5 and leave. Actually, $4.99 because you got that AMD discount. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know. It's the free version. It's basically like Battlefield, but it's free. It's a free version. He's been wanting me to play Red Sec with him too. On my way to work. Oh, you're going to work? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, let me know. Let me know, man. Let me know. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Hope you have a good day, man. But yeah, but yeah, when I was talking about there, like I'll get people like coming to the channel and like, oh my God, the stuff they can say sometimes. It's like I'm not gonna argue or tell you something. If I don't know something, I will say I don't know. If I know something, I'm going to say and it's going to be right. I think I've been wrong once since I started streaming. And it wasn't even wrong, like fully wrong. I was somewhat right. Arc Raiders, yep. I got 1,100 hours of benchmarking done in that. Battlefield, I got. So I did the beta. I did beta for Battlefield, and I got a bunch of testing done for that. I still have to do some more benchmarks for it, for other graphics cards. Seems to handle quite a bit, though. I mean, you don't need a super beefy system for Battlefield either. Not bad. And I have Battlefield. I had one of my viewers pay for it for me. Again, thank you very much there, Joe. You're capped at 80 FPS? Did you turn off the certain settings in game or Arc Raiders? There are certain settings in Battlefield you have to turn off to get above 80 FPS. Oh, on Arc. You're capped at 80 FPS on Arc? It'd be CPU for sure. It wouldn't be RAM. But you shouldn't be capped at 80 FPS no matter what graphics setting. But you got the 6700. What CPU? You're on 10th gen, aren't you? 10700 KF, or is that the one you're getting? 10500? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be your 10500. Yeah, it could definitely be it. But yeah, the single channel would hurt quite a bit actually. Yeah, it definitely isn't helping. It's probably added in with the CPU with that. Yeah. What's your monitor refresh rate? Yeah, more or less for your monitor refresh rate, trying to get your 5%, 1% lows as close to that as possible. It's your 1% lows to that. Your average FPS should be above it. Ideally. Ideally. Yeah, or just lock it. Yeah. So even if you lock it, you still get the 1% lows, right? Or in 5% lows. It's just you're not stressing out your when you're locking it, you're just not stressing out your PC as much. Not making your PC try to go full bore. Pad does not want to get fully covered. All right. Do a big boy cap here. A big boy cap. Bam. Yeah, all that. All right. And you hold it in place. Take your component, line it up, push it to it. Now it's what I want to do. Try to show you. You put it into location, so around half the pad there. And just push your component to it. All right. And then see how we got that flow? It's kind of like soldering, right? It's easier to show on the bigger components on screen here. See how we got that flow? And bring that up to it. Don't even have to touch the component. As you can see that it flowed in nice. So I just want to clean this up. There you go. and we'll do a double stack on it. So a little bit of flux here, and flux there. Try to get rid of any extra right there. Now, so what I'm going to do is grab this pair. What you can do is, if you're having a hard time lining it up, and you got your tweezers set up, you can hold it down all the way. It's only if you got your tweezers set up. Right? You might need to angle it like this so we can line it up nicely, right? No extra solder required. So hopefully we're seeing that. We should be able to see it a bit better on this time. So what I'm doing is slightly holding the tip on a slight angle towards the bottom, grabbing any solder, bringing it up. Let's do this. Then flattening it. And hopefully we can see those connection points. Start to get some solder in the connection. Right? Lots. So the solder flowed in to the joint. And into the joint. Spin it. That's stacking them. And that's nice float in, nice float in. No extra solder needed. Just whatever's on your cap is enough. Whatever's that you're grabbing from the bottom, because you will have extra solder to flow up, and it will automatically, because you added in that flux. I should be able to pull this off maybe. Hold on. With enough heat here, and a little bit of extra solder on the tip, should be able to. Yep. See if we can angle this a nice way so we can see that. Go. Alright. So we got flux. Alright, so we can line this up nice. I'm going to go down. Again, I want to be able to hit this. See how we're then pulling that up. And pull it up a bit. Oh my god, it's so hard to look at the monitor in this. It's so hard to look at the monitor and do it at the same time. Okay. So here, you gotta pull it up and flatten the tip. Before I keep messing up because I keep looking at the monitor here. We're gonna need more flux now. I just wasted it. Because you need that flux in there. So that way the solder actually goes into that joint. So here, like that, line that up nice. Hit this. See the solder, yeah. See how it goes into that joint though? It's not much. It's like it's not much that you can see, but it's going in. That's what she said. Try to pull this one off now. There we go. Still a little bit of flux on it, so. Yeah, giggity. Oh, you can do it again. And you can pull up gently. Nice and solid. Now we do have a little extra because I left the solder on there from doing that before. So I just pulled off some of that extra solder, and then all I'll do, add a little bit of flux there. I should be able to just lightly. There we go. Flow that down. Alright, let's get this back. Hit the pool. Bring that up to the joint. Let's see if we can bring this back a bit. Oh, I gotta practice with the monitor more. Let's see how that looks. Better. Not easy to use a monitor, I swear. There you go. Nice and shiny mirror. Nice shiny mirror. To me, that's still too much solder, but not bad. And I'll just leave it here. Should be able to see it. I just I don't flip the board all the way around. For me, all I do is switch my hands. So I'll just use left hand for soldering iron now. Set my right. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go in. There, you see how we're starting to get that pool going? There, got that pool going. And that, there you go. See how it flowed into that joint though? That's it. You got that nice shiny mirror. Even though you see this little bit of a divot, that does not mean there's no solder there. As you saw though, it flowed in that joint. When you see it flowing in the joint, it's in there and it's holding this whole side. It's holding this side and this side together. So we go over to this side. What I can see on this is, let's see, get that lined up. Imperfections. So this is because I didn't clean my soldering tip. See this little, I scrape that and get that out of there. So I did not clean my soldering tip when I went in for that one. And that is because, see how that's part flux, part oxidation. That's what you're getting there. This right here. This black, and how we got this it's kind of like a snowflake effect. So we'll hit with the brass. And I really like the brass brush. I do have a video there. It's a fairly recent one for what I like for what I think people starting off, even people that are maybe have been soldering for a while, but a brass brush. Because here it looks when it's all cleaned up now. Nice and shiny. And if we go in, use a little bit of flux there. Now we don't have all those terrible imperfections, more of a shiny shield. That's just very hard for me to do on that angle though. Bending my arm all the way around for that. You'd probably do a better job right now. There. See if we can angle a little bit for you. Nice. And I'll show it again here. There we go. As you can see, that went shiny. That's how you know the solder went in. Go. A little bit of flux. Nice. I didn't put any notification in the Discord. Sometimes YouTube's terrible for notifications for people. So shiny. Alright. So shiny. What I'm gonna do is clean up that pad. I had this GPU and it was pretty oxide. Should have done all the pads. Pretty easy to do. Did a bit of flux. Hold some heat to it. Like so. Oh, oh, coffee. Never mind, my coffee's all gone. Oh no. Nice and shiny. Yeah, sad day when the coffee's all gone. I drank more than normal person, so nice and shiny. Oh yeah. Yeah, real steady hands. Now, for me to have too much coffee would be a lot. I drink a couple liters of coffee a day. Like, I drink more than a normal person for coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. Yeah, I don't drink a couple cups of coffee a day. Drink a lot. Yeah, man. I drink a lot of coffee. A lot. I'm drinking too much coffee. Too much coffee. Trying to figure out how to use the monitor. Yeah, practice that. Cha cha cha. Oh well, I've been streaming for 5 hours already. Oh, what time is it? It's almost 9. Almost 9. Wow. Wow. But just checking over some stuff here. A couple more subscribers. Let's go. What other? And these are generally the biggest caps you'll do for GPUs. For MLCC caps. Let's see. And generally, you're not going to stack these ones either. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be. They're not terrible for if you're a stack. These are only 10 microfarad caps. These ones. And then you got. And that's generally what you're going to get with this color. This color here, the dark color. And then we got. We got a thinner one here. These are 20 or 22s. I'm not sure the dimension of this one. As you can see, it's like 2/3 its size. Same length. They're the same length. They're an 08, but I'm not sure the width. I'm not sure the width on these ones. These are 22s. These are 10s. Now you're going to get these here, this color. And then you get them in this color. When you're generally looking at these ones here, so these ones here, stop sticking. So this one here is a 10. Oh wait, are these 22s? Are these 10s? I'm pretty sure these are 10s as well. But this is a 22. And this one might be a 10. 1 second. Let me just do a quick test. Confirm that. Just to confirm, I'm pretty sure, again, my memory's pretty good. My memory's pretty good. We'll test it. We'll test it. Alright, so we will... Yo, Ice Colin! How's it going, man? How's it going? Okay, so this one... is a 10, yep, I'm right, 10. This one should be a 20, 22. No, that one's a 10. What? Is this a bad cap, or... No, it's a 10. Alright, so the larger one's a 22. But I'm pretty sure the dark one's just a 10. Yeah, it's just a 10. Okay, so no. So yeah, these ones are the same colors. It's the bigger ones that are a lighter color. So here, this one. So this one is a 22. Maybe not. No, 10. 10. Which ones were I reading before? What? Okay, I'm not getting any reading on that one. So, which one was I reading? Which ones were together? Hold up. I'm checking. And 10. Gotta be these ones here, which are the same. Here, reading. Give me a reading. What's not gonna give me a reading? It's not this one, because this one's a larger size. Width and height. Or did I use them all up? Oh, I must have used them all up on my other graphics card. All the ones that were actually a larger size. Because they were reading 22s. But they were, so they're this size here. Right here. And this color. And it was reading 22. Oh no, it's a bit darker. It's an odd color. No, it's an odd color. Yeah, it's an odd color. My apologies. It's not that color. It's an odd color. This color. Versus this color. See? I know it's a little bit blurry, but it's an odd color. It's an odd greeny brown color. And I used all those ones up on that graphics card. I actually switched them out during a live stream. Because I found they were better. Slightly better. Not really much, but... So shiny. What's you doing, Nugget baby? Nice. Hey yo. Hey yo. And I gotta put away all these caps. Not a whole lot of these ones. And a few tantalums. I got a bunch of 0201s. It doesn't look like much, but there's a lot in that. And I got a bunch of 0402s. They're recycled, of course, but they clean up. They will, they'll clean up. They'll clean up nice. And then I have a box of can caps and these oddball size. I'm not even sure what size they are. Oddball size. A bunch of switches too. Little switches. Whole bunch of different can caps, the aluminum polymers. Nichicon, Panasonics. I got a bunch of Panasonics. The Panasonics are actually pretty good. They're just like the Nichicon. Just as pricey too. That's why I try to recycle all my stuff I have. Reuse from dead garbage boards or wherever, like whatever I get that doesn't work, can't get working. Recycle everything. Recycle it all. And I'll use multimeter for testing purposes on them. Check, see if they're shorted at all. Check for the capacitance of the capacitors, and then check resistors, of course, as well. See if they're any good or not. Capacitors should not read. Capacitors should not read anything on resistance mode, continuity mode. Shouldn't beep at all. If it beeps, it's shorted. And the capacitance should read fairly close to what they should be. If you have a small capacitor like this here, and like a small MLCC cap, and it's reading like 100 microfarads, it's not. Something's wrong with your reader, or definitely your reader, because there's no MLCC cap that does that. At least one that's. This is a big one, in my opinion. Big MLCC cap. They get bigger, a little bit bigger, but you should not be reading that high. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Then I'm trying to think of what we could do. Maybe do some more can caps. Clean out these through holes here I can do. And we can do some smaller can caps here. You Nugget. You. You. What? You. You're not me. I don't want to step on you. Hello, Nugget. I see you took my chair. We can share. Wait, well, we got. You can't take the whole chair. Yeah. There you go. Let's see. Let's see. Do some through holes. Do some through holes. Do some through holes. And solder iron. Grab some solder. Go. Now, what I'm going to need to do is grab a cap. A little 2.5. Little 2.5. You want the flux to go down the hole. Need some more on it. You'll see that it will go in there. But I need to add some over here. There we go. Well, I just went right down. Good. That one filled up real nice. Like that. I'll dab more flux onto those. And clean them up like that. I clean up my soldering tip. Dab more flux, and we can just boop, 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 boop. There we go. As with these, what you're looking for is a little dome. A little dome. Right? It's a little dome. Nice. Eggs are nice. That's what you're looking for. Just a little dome on each of these. And you want to make sure you see the solder go down into the hole. And then, we'll look here. Nice and solid. And I'll try both for a second here. Lift this up. You want to be able to see it's a nice flush. Nice and flush. Alright. So now we'll put this back down here. What we're going to do is show you how to remove them. So let's say these are new. You haven't added any new your new solder. It's generally going to be PB free. So it takes a lot more heat, right? So what we're going to want to do, get your suction tool going, of course. Don't add any flux. Don't add any flux. What we're going to do is add solder to these. Alright? It's okay if they get all pointy. Like that. Get your solder tool ready. You're going to hold your tip to it for a fairly extended period of time. And get your suction tool ready. Cheap one. This is just a cheap one. Oh. Might need to do a few tries on it, as the PCB will soak away a lot of heat. More or less try to get the solder, like your suction tool, pretty close to where you're gonna put it out, like suck out all the solder. Oop. Might need more solder on it. We might need a little more solder. So we just add it on to the tip. Yeah, need a bit more. It kind of seems counterintuitive to have more solder. It's more thermal mass. Oh, missed it again. What I'm going to do, since I haven't done this in a while, is clean out my suction tool. Oh yeah, okay. I should have cleaned that a while ago. Holy moly. Yeah, I definitely needed to clean. Definitely needed to clean. The inside was full of solder. So, definitely needed it. Holy moly. Didn't realize how bad it was. Sorry for the dinging there. I definitely needed a good clean though. Holy. Hold that on. Do this one, see if I can get this one going. Sir. And clean it all out. Yeah. Now I see some problem. Yeah. Yeah. Clean that all up. There we go. This should work a bit better. That's better. That's better. Now she got more suction. Yeah, there. Oh. There we go. Hold that to it. Hold that to it. Hold that to it. And pulled out most. Pulled out most. Not all of it, though. Not all of it. That was good. That one's good. See how well that one worked. Keep missing. Not all of it. Back in again. Add some more solder around. There we go. Okay. It should actually be pretty good. There we go. Now the cap out. Now the cap was probably limiting how well down it was. It's basically all out. What we have to do is, again, add some more solder to it. Hold this to it. Go. Clean that up. And because of how well the cap was actually sitting down, the let's see if we can show the sitting down, this rim on the bottom here was probably sitting down so well on this side that was limiting the suction, so we can only get not all of it, a lot of it, not all of it though, so it's holding on to it, which is fine. You can always just go back in after you get most of it, and you're able to just heat up the terminals. Terminals, I mean by these are terminals, these little legs. You heat it up with the soldering iron and just push it through, and just go back in and then clean it back up. Not too difficult. Oh, it was yeah. Oh my god. Let's see. So I cleaned this out recently. So just give me a second here and I'll show you. It was bad. It was, holy moly, I didn't realize how bad it was. It's been a while since I've cleaned it out, so kind of makes sense. I just dumped it in here. Just give me a second. Now, it's not all of it. Not all of it, but here's how much there was. Not all of it, but most of it there. Well, I got a bunch here on the table still. It was pretty bad though. That's not all of it. Oh yeah, it was brutal. It was actually brutal. I didn't realize how bad it was. And then once like your suction tool, like especially these cheaper ones that are just push down ones. These push down ones here. They work. They work. It's just yeah, like once they start getting really filled up in that, when you push this down, even though you got this part that comes out with that part's just up here roughly. It's not. It's like right here. So once that happens and that starts getting filled up, and then you get some pretty fine solder dust right around there. And you get starting to get filled up here, and then the way these work. So just from that one suction, we already got this all filled up. Your ring, this is just a single ring. Better ones are double ring, but the single ring works fine too. It really does. And then we got this. Look at that. So this is just from that little bit. But in here, I've cleaned it out now. In here, see where it will sit down? Right there, all the way down there, that little thing is actually like a silicone seal. And that silicone seal will start getting filled up. Oop. That's actually fine. That silicone seal, and that silicone seal is for this. So it's not good. And then your ring will start getting too much of that dusty solder all over it, which is not the worst, but it does get bad. Yeah, it's just a cheap one. What I do with them to make them better, so this right here comes off too. Alright. So you can clean that all out. That was all cleaned out, nice and shiny. It was nice and shiny. There's a little bit of that solder dust from sucking up that bit. There's your silicone seal there. Clean that all up. This is your generally like a nylon or ceramic tip. Doesn't really matter which one you really get. High temp, they're generally good for high temp. They're a high temp tip, so you don't have to worry about it causing issues. This seals up real good. Make sure it is on there real good. Oh. Does this have it? Yeah. This has a rubber O-ring. Rubber O-ring there. Right. Now sit down. Squish that all in there. Nice and tight. Nice and tight like. Like that. Then that's why I really like this brass brush too. You can clean any little bit of solder off. Looks good up in there. With this ring here, you can put like a little bit of oil on it, like a silicone oil. It'll help keep it rejuvenated, as in the seal's not going to start cracking on you anytime soon. The spring, bend out the spring a bit, so the end here, you can bend it out a little bit, and a little bit in the middle, and a little bit at the end. Don't just try to pull this. You got a chance of breaking it. So just a little bit at the end, and a little bit over here. That, and a little bit in the middle. Not much, just that little bit. Make sure it's all nice and clean when you put it in there, you know, fairly clean. But yeah, a little bit of silicone oil on the ring. It just makes sure you never have to basically replace the ring, because the cheaper ones, I mean, it depends on what they're using for it. That's generally not too bad, but you gotta remember, you're sucking up hot solder, and it could hit your ring. It could. As you can see, it goes around the ring, and it could hit the ring, which will start wearing it down. Yep, rubber safe grease. Yep. Generally, the silicone oil is fine. It's O-rings are made of. I like to make my own too. Not for this, but for like my custom water loops. I use EPDM style. It's good for like extreme weather. That's what I like. But yeah, silicone oil works fine. It's not generally butylene. It's not butylene rubber. Butylene rubber, yeah, I would. You can't put any kind of silicone oil or even your own fingers on it. Your own fingers will start causing butylene rubber to turn bad, and when it starts turning bad, it smells really bad. It was like rotten eggs. But O-rings are not butylene rubber, so you don't have to worry about, like, the silicone oil is fine. And there's all. That's just from that little bit of sucking. So we'll put that in the tray. And yeah, and then you can test it. It's a lot springier now. Like, there's a lot more tension to bring this down. And then what you can do is test it. Ready? Yeah. Don't mind the cat hair. Cat hair's free. Yeah, so that's how you know it's a good seal. What up, Guh? That's why I don't mind the cheaper one, because you can make things better. Oh, yeah, I know. I was just talking about that. I was just talking about that not long ago, man. I was just like, I didn't put a link in the Discord channel, so maybe people aren't here because of that. I was just thinking about that. I just talked about that. Yeah, a lot more tension. I don't want to let this go without having something like just like dry fire in it, because I don't want to break. It's more or less these little plastic nibs that are just holding it together. Don't want to, and they start wearing out just due to the fact just use, right? So definitely don't want to dry fire it. And I can literally just hold this and see how long it takes. Is it moving? I don't think it's moving. Oh, there we go. Like, oh, because I was doing this. That's because I'm doing that. A little bit of flex, probably. I don't know. We're getting a little bit of leakage. A little bit. A little bit. Slowly. Oh God. My fingertip feels weird. Alright, so now let's put this back down here. Put this back down here. And we'll look at the shiny again. And ooh, shiny. It kind of sucks. Yep, it kind of sucks. It does. Yep. So definitely do that, and then you can just for the cheaper ones for the through holes. It's just so much easier. You can spend the money and get yourself a. So it's basically this stuff like a tip like this, with a soldering iron that sucks and heats up around and the component. So they just hold it over and it cleans it out, and then you go to the next one. Those costs, they're not cheap. They're really not cheap. Yeah, it is just like the tweezers, right? It's like those tweezers, the hot tweezers that they have. So you can solder both sides at the same time. But even still, those are a pain in the butt too. If you ever watch like Northwest Repair, he uses them, but it's like sometimes even he goes, I don't know why I'm using it. It's just a pain sometimes. Because you can't find them in like a higher wattage either. Yeah. Would they work? Yeah, they work, but it's also like they're also using like he most of the time he's using hot air with them. It's like, why don't you just grab your soldering iron? Like your soldering iron, you wouldn't even have to use the hot air. Right? Because he's also doing like these guys here. It's like no hot air, no nothing here. So I got no hot air, no nothing. Board's not even warm. You can tell by the flux, it's just sitting there. Oh, I don't have. I need to grab one. I need to grab one. Thank you. Alright, so. Oh, I don't have the sandpaper underneath. Yeah, 1 sec. I need the sandpaper because I don't have a board holder. Sandpaper. It's your sandpaper here. There we go. And over here. There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's nice to have when you need it. That's why I own so much tools. I don't do this kind of stuff. I'm generally doing construction, renovations, and custom style work for blue collar stuff, not white collar stuff. So, right? So, oh yeah, I gotta get the stuff ready here. Guess we need some soda. There we go. All right, ready. Hope I don't have that in the right spot. And over a bit. 1 second. All right, there, about halfway in. Push this to it. Oop, I'm slipping on my tweezers. So I'm looking at the monitor. Why is it so difficult to look at the monitor and do this? I don't know. All right, come on, warm up. Warm up for me, come on. Be nice. Nope. It said nope. You can see it flow, right? Right? It's not flow. So and they're using like microscopes, right? So they can really see, and they got special fancy. Right? It's there. Just sometimes, yeah, I mean, I guess professionals are trying to save time, but if you're messing around with those tweezers and whatnot, and the this side should be ground. I should check to see what side's ground. Ground sides could be your worst side for soldering. So let's do this one actually. Let's do it quick here. Do this again. So there, the board's already starting to get warm on this now, so it should be a lot easier. All right, so boom. Pull it away, boom. See how quick this one is though. So hold this down and try to oh, see, we're getting it. No, yeah, the other side was ground for sure, yeah. See how that one didn't take that long? Yeah, if you're on a time crunch, right? Yep, if you're on a time crunch, and for me, like, just from what I've done, you start noticing what's good and what's not good. Let's get the brush out here. I try to do it fairly quick just because I want to get it done and start testing. See how well the mods did, if they did anything. If it was a waste of time. So I got videos, live streams out there showing all my modifications, because it lets people know whether or not that modification was really a waste of time or not. And then I try to explain people about caps, different kind of caps, your can caps, your can caps, MLCCs, your tantalum capacitors, how they're laid out, what you kind of want to do. Can I clean that up though? Yes, I can. Just old flux on it. There we go. Yeah, definitely if you're on a time crunch, but you do it fairly quick with just a solder iron. They got the best of the best. I got $50 hot air soldering iron combo. It's nothing much. So let's get out another cap here. Yeah, another cap. Let's quickly do this. So, we got a couple of those. I gotta fix those ones up because they're stuck. Boom. Bunch of them. Whole bunch of them. A little bit of flux on that one too. We'll do a couple here. So boom, boom. Again, do what we always do. Pre-tin. Right, pre-tin. Grab your cap. Hold that to it. Yeah, this side's definitely the ground side because it's taking a bit longer to make a pool. Like that. And clean my tip. So like that. I guess that's also why they use a lot of flux too, but they also don't care about those bubbles either. That bubble. Ooh, that is terrible. Flow. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, crunching the clocks. Let's redo these pads because I was not paying attention. There we go. There we go. That was better. Oop. Lot easier for me to do it without all the reaching, but that one looks terrible. One's on a slight angle, but still good. And that's the thing, though. They even are... That one's really dirty. That one's really dirty. Yeah. You can see that theirs is some... Yeah, way bigger balls. As long as... I mean, they're always happy, too, whether or not it's just on there. Because a lot of times they do the warranties. They'll generally do the warranties for it. Their own warranties. So as long as it's on there, they're happy. Flux there. I was like, why isn't that one looking better? Because I'm using the monitor. Because I'm not doing the right one. I'm not doing the right one. That makes sense. Can't get that one to sit. I guess that's where the hot tweezers would come in handy. Be able to get them to sit if you're not getting the pads nice and flat to begin with. Makes sense, I guess. Let's get some hot air in here and pull these off. Let's see if we can redo that to make them look better. I got the air on like really low, so. There's one. There's two. There's three. Nice. I have the air on lowest setting I can. And this side has way too much way too much in my opinion. That side's good. Better. And then we'll do another one. This time I have a pre-cleaned soldering tip so we don't add any extra. Yeah, a little pool. Why is using, oh, that makes sense why that's doing that. Just move that out of my way. Like, why can't I move a soldering iron here? That's because it was trapped. It was trapped. That is a nice. Not too much. Just enough. So I'm making sure you prep your pads so they're flat, like here. This one. Clean solder tip. A little bit of flux. Hold flat with your whatever you're working with flat, and then just drag slowly. I'll pull off whatever little bit that might be there and leave just enough for your soldering. Leave just enough. You always need just enough. There. See how we got that little wavy pool? Yes, Goldilocks, what we're looking for. Same thing with this side here. Hold to it nice and flat. I like to do a little drag method on that. And then when you want just to clean up the one side there, a little dab is all you really need to do. Little dab. Dab and a drag if you need. Sexy. Because your pads are generally going to be a little bit bigger than what they need to be, your area for what you're putting there. It's for a reason. On the same GPU? Nah. Well, yeah. This is the PCB. I thought you were here there, Squeeze. Yeah, this is the PCB just for doing this. Also did some trace repair today, a little bit on, I don't even know where, over here. Over here. No trace repair we did, right there. A wire there, it's coiled up. Here's some more of that solder from the suction tool. Shiny. So yeah, I guess I will be on the same GPU. I mean, you've been watching my shorts and that, so you know I've been on different GPUs. Ooh. Oh, I had another live stream showing soldering techniques. I did a live stream taking off all of the components off of this board. 7 hours of desoldering everything. And I did a live stream showing how to do soldering techniques. People like that. So yeah, it's part of the same board, I guess. Same PCB. It's just a blank PCB now. It's strictly for showcasing and for tutorials like this. That's over 7 hours. Oh, the core of this. Oh, I guess what you're saying now. I was a little slow to the punchline there, bud. Yeah, it's strictly just a blank PCB now. GT250. I don't have a GT250. This PCB here, so this board here is a GTX 260 V2. Has higher, a little bit extra memory, VRAM, basically. Oh, that was the GTX 460. No, because I would need to be able to do. I still got the 2080 Super using the one custom water loop right now, so I need that, and then I need to get myself antifreeze or something, so that way I can do cold water. I did some benchmarking with it on air, and I got voltage control set back up on it too. One sec here. GTX 460. This is the one I repaired on stream. And then got the voltage control for the core set back up. And it can handle a little extra voltage. It's just, it doesn't really do a whole lot. It is a lot better. It is a lot better. Now this is good D-lid. This is the failed D-lid, but not really a fail. This card was already dead. But yeah, the drop in the IHS. I mean, it would have been. It's still fine. It's still technically fine. Not like this little chip did anything to it. This core is already dead anyways. There's a short. This is a good D-lid. Except for it's back on the air cooler, so I have the IHS back on. I had to sand down the IHS to work proper, but yeah. Still sitting in customs. Oh yeah. They definitely do the AIO, for sure. Yeah, I did some benchmarking with it. So even still using less voltage than stock, I can overclock it quite a bit still. 900 megahertz on air. It's just, it gets, this cooler sucks, right? This cooler just absolutely sucks. $1 coupons. $1 coupons. $1 coupons. Yeah. Works good. Works good. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I'll have to put this card on water to do anything really with it. I get a free CPU. Not coolers. It's called an IHS there, Squeeze. IHS, not a cooler. There's no coolers that's soldered on there, Squeeze. Z, stop. Thanks, Z. Not needed, buddy. And we know you. We know you know AMD is the best. We know you know AMD is the best. Yeah, but what you set up above there, Squeeze, was that CPUs were done that way. No CPUs are soldered onto a cooler. How is AMD? Yeah. How is AMD's #1 promoter today? Yeah, with indium solder. Yes. Due to all the AMD CPUs I can afford. I love EVGA. I'm trying to find some more 770s so that way I can replace the chipset on this one. Well, the chipset and resistor setup and divider on this so I can get the 770 working again and get some really good points with it. As long as the core is still good. So the prices just aren't good. Not great. So I took off all the caps off here. And then, I don't know. We'll see if this card's still working. If I get some broken GTX 770s, I can than this model. I can replace that. This chipset here. I love VGA. That okay. Look at you. Well, you by my feet. I can't. I don't want to step on them. Modded Vega 56. Cat here's more performance. And yeah, this one's got extra MLCCs, 2 of those, which basically don't do anything, just figure out add them on, and extra tantalum caps and voltage control. With the coral stuff, they kind of threw away 20 years of brand. The corals was alright. Hey, sorry, I was talking about you earlier on the stream. I forgot to mention, I finally found it, the Unicorn. I have a GTX 660 with Epilito VRAM that could do over. Ooh. Yeah, and that would be memory controller or depending on the board manufacturer on the voltage that they actually have set. And I'm pretty sure the Epilita can handle some decent voltage too on the GDDR3. It's on the 660s? Or was it GDDR5? No, it's GDDR3. It's DDR3 2, I believe, on 660s. This 12600KF still haven't done anything with it? Wow. Failure heart. Go blow a hole in it already. Let me know how well that worked. Ryzen 9700X. 2400G? Terrible. 2400G is terrible. In my opinion. 3700X, I would like to bench a 3700X. And a 5600X because they can get some decent clocks out of them. Yeah, the 2400G, I agree. It's terrible, man. It's actually garbage. Supposed to be getting the house in shape now. I'm just making. Well, I mean, get the house in shape. What are you doing? God damn. E-waste, yeah. The 2400G is e-waste. Even when it like first came out, I don't know why people were buying it. It was not good for even for the time. Even for the price, it was not a good buy. People were buying it. Yeah, no, they didn't scale well at all. You're correct there, Coffee. Nope, you're right. And it's not that they won't go past 5 gigahertz. It's the performance after, well, for performance around 4.825 gigahertz or 4.8 and beyond, your actual performance is just terrible. Like there's like no gains basically. About what the system bot use? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Strike Hard does like e-waste. He likes a lot of e-waste. Yeah, very diminishing returns. I mean, I guess some of your stuff is kind of like e-waste, but I mean, it's cheap benchable stuff, right? So, not that bad. Not e-waste. You're keeping it as e-waste. This is a Vega 56 gigabyte edition. I traded a Palm router for this. For like woodworking and stuff like that. A Palm router. I traded a Palm router for this. Let's go. Win for me because I didn't need the Palm router. Fastest I got this so far is 1.926 gigahertz. So, third fastest one in the world. And the other two that have outbeat mine are just over 2 gigahertz and 2.1 gigahertz, and they're on LN2. So I think my mods are working and my tuning on it. So software registry and also hard mods. Yeah. AMD sucks for overclocking though. Well, especially for these ones, just like the Polaris, like you got to do stupid stuff. So annoying. Nug. 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 GTX 1080. Strix. This is the Strix GTX 1080. Also modified. Also one of the fastest in the world. Yay! Yeah, yeah, and $20. I got $20 as well. No, that's 1080 Ti. That's the 1080 Ti that I found out is done skis. She is done skis. Oh, I'm so sad. So, I'm going to show right now. But yeah, this is the 1080 Ti for the Win 3 by EVGA. And I'll show. Yeah, Ti, yeah, the Ti. So, everything's good. Alright, so I don't know. Yeah, you can hear the beep. So, no beep. Perfect. So that's before VRM. So this is all before VRM. Right? All before VRM. Good. All the MOSFETs check out. I've completely took off all the MOSFETs and everything for the memory. This is for memory. This is memory side. There's generally two. It's 2-phase for memory. 10-phase for core, I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10. Don't worry about that little dark one here. I was doing some I also removed a couple of MOSFETs over here. Doctor MOSFET, driver MOSFETs over here. And yeah, so everything's good until after the actual MOSFETs. So what that means, so here, beep, 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 beep. Alright, so this is not part of anything for that. This is. These little over here don't do anything, so it don't really matter. These shorted. These won't do anything. These are shorted. And then go over here. Shorted. then if we look at the core, you see that oddly dark spot. Yeah, you can't look at it that way. You see the oddly dark spot in the center there. Right there. So I think what happened, yeah, it looks good to you, yeah. So again, I've done so many hours of testing. It's everything checks out for the actual core, the core itself, like the actual core for the core, not for the memory though. And everything before VRM, good. After VRM, bad. Just only for the memory. For the core is fine. The memory is part of the core as well, but that's a different story. Yeah, just drumble it out. Yeah. So what happened with this was I took it apart to check voltage because I wanted to modify this. It already got me some decent scores as is. I was like, okay. And then the modifications were going to be fairly basic modifications for it. I just wanted to actually give more voltage for the memory. What I did, though, was take off the plate, so there's generally a plate that goes over all of this. Cooling plate for the VRM and everything. And I was going to test the actual voltage. What I didn't know was that there was actually a ball of solder somewhere in the card when I took it off and then tested it, and it must have stuck probably somewhere between here and a MOSFET and shorted it or something. I have to get myself some stencils. That's why I need to get stencils. And wick. Wick is very important. Where's all my memory? Where's the memory? I gotta find my memory. That's why I've been taking memory chips off of other cards, so that way I can use them later on, and that way I can prep them with new BGA balls onto them. Yeah, but it's cooked. It's definitely cooked. And I've tested everything I can for shorts. The core is fine, memory's not. Now, just because I see this, the dark spot, just signifies that there's a fault. That it's fried. So, and what happened too was it blew the fuse. It blew the fuse, but I don't think it blew quick enough. So I'm really sad about that. I can't figure out anything else that could be an issue. I don't think it's the memory chips. I think the memory chips might be fine. The memory chips might be fine. But it is what it is. I'm pretty sure it's the core just by looking at that dark spot. Yeah, but there's still smoke in it, yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's core. Just from all the testing I've done to it. And then I've checked all the voltage regulators. I've checked everything. Everything else checks out. Everything checks out except for the core. Because I'm getting short there. Again, I thought it was maybe a cap might have went or the MOSFETs went, so I took them off. Everything's fine. They're all fine. So this is the expensive part of the card, basically. The core. So what I'm going to do with this card is just keep it for spare parts, for whatever, and then maybe I'll get another for the Win 3. but they're like 300 bucks. So they're used, so they're not cheap. Some people are asking 600, but that's wild. But I would like to get another 4 to win 3 or a few of them. And definitely check them over this time though, because man, that really peed me off. Yeah, ball of solder. Apparently, well, the one that's asking for 600 for it. The box looks brand new. It comes with everything and all that. Like it looks good. But for 600, that's new. That's new price. I mean, no, man. I got this card fairly cheap years and years ago. It's done a lot of benchmarking for me too. Except for I don't know. There's no point of people buying 1080 Ti's anymore, in my opinion, unless you're gonna be benchmarking them and that. That's it. You're not gonna use them for your system. There's no driver support. Yeah, it's gonna work, but I mean, it's not gonna work great. It's not gonna work great for these newer games. It can be very unstable. Like, good for benchmarking. Good for view. Well, I mean, somewhat good for views. The GTX 1080 is technically better for views. I like the 1080 Ti 4 to win 3 though, because EVGA. I love EVGA. Yeah, this would be a really good card for extra hardware, extra memory if I need it. I'm hoping the memory's good. Unless it did 100% short through it, and then if it would talk to the core and then destroy and maybe destroyed the memory, but maybe it destroyed the core before it went to the memory, I'd have to test. There's no way to test it right now though, unfortunately. But yeah, I could take off all the memory chips, take off all the driver MOSFETs off of it, and these tantalums are only 100s. These are 330s. These 330s are kind of nice. Lots of 330s. But these 100s, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm going to use these 100s for. They're not really useful. So yeah, I'm sad about this. But is what it is. Is what it is. Lots of caps that I can use too off this card if I ever need it. And I could sell it to somebody that could utilize the card. But, I mean, I can use the card too. And would I make anything off this? No. Yeah. Just look at it. Look at that. Oh my god. It just looks brutal. Brutal. Core is not supposed to look like that. Let's see. So I got this EVGA. Clean it up. Now this one had catastrophic failure too. Catastrophic as in that as a pun, because I was doing modifications to this and Gabby jumped up on my lap and knocked it over off the table, and she done skis. Because it ripped off pads and that I could not trace back and fix, unfortunately. And when I tried to fix it and turn it on, I blew up a MOSFET right here. Knocked a MOSFET. Just a whittle core. I'm pretty sure this core is still fine though. Pretty sure it's just a driver that. So nothing there. Nothing there. Looks good. We'll turn it over. Yeah, see? Nothing. Looks good. That's how it should look. So, I'm pretty sure the core's still good on this one. That's why I would like to get a bunch of broken ones. Yeah. Oh, it was, man. One of the first cards I modified, like, for voltage. I've modified cards beforehand, but for voltage. And then right here, if we can show, right here. There's where it got all ripped out. 2 different resistors. Gone. And then ripped the traces and everything. I couldn't even trace it back. I tried to, and then used, I tried. And then, yeah, it just blew up the MOSFET. So basically just, nah. Yeah, no holes in this one. There's a hole. Right here. There's a hole. There's a hole. So what I'll do is just get a broken GTX like this model, and then just replace this whole chipset. Everything that's up top here, connect to down here. So just replace this. Done. And also, I used a MOSFET from here. So MOSFET from here, and I put that on the GTX 460. The GTX 460 technically has better MOSFETs than this card. How does that even make sense? These are 30 volt. 30 volt, 40 amp. All right, 30 volt, 40 amp max rating. That's what their ratings are. 30 volt, 40 amp. On the GTX 460, 30 volt, 58 amps. 58.2. But yeah, 58 amps. They're basically the exact same MOSFETs, just these are not as good. They're literally like basically the same. But why is the GTX 770 using weaker driver MOSFETs than the GTX 460? I don't get that. I don't get that. Yeah, if you can smell the hole, stay away. Yeah, core's good. I gotta replace 2 MOSFETs onto it, which again, that's why I would get a broken card. And just replace that, and then replace this whole chipset. Fairly easy. And then I'd remodify it. Modify it for memory, core. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I can do the switching frequency, and I'd have to check to see if this card has voltage sense in and out, and then figure out which resistor. But I had feedback mod onto it, which is terrible for this card, because the actual PMIC here is just terrible. Yeah, words to live by. But yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 phase, and 1 phase for memory. Not great, but it works. And then this board, so this PCB, is the same board that you'll get on the 900 series EVGA. The 900 series EVGA will have extra caps here, or yeah, extra caps here, fairly large ones, and here. Exact same PCB though, from the 700 to the 900. Same PCB. Different chipset though. It's got like 3 different chipsets all on one package, all on one housing. So weird. It really is. And then what I would like to do too is add on So this card here, you can add on extra 8-pin. I'd have to check to see if these actually run anywhere, to see if we can you can utilize it. I was gonna do this, use this board for another test too, for testing different flux. For it, to see what the ammonia and zinc chloride would do to pads. So I can do that on something else. I took all the caps off of this, and I'll just add them on if I need to put them on. Not all of these were even added on. I filled up all this. This was all done in double stacked of caps I had on it. So I have so many caps now. That's not even all of them off that. I put so many caps on that card. So many 47 microfarad caps. Oh my god. That was a lot of soldering. That's a whole lot of soldering. But yeah. 1080 Ti, rest in peace. And then the 3070 Ti. 3070 Ti. It's yeah, it's got the fan shroud, but I took it off. And it's also got cap mods on it too. What I want to do with this card too is just take off these caps here, the large tantalum caps, and see if adding on MLCC caps can actually help boost its frequency, stabilize it. I don't know. I don't really think it would, but it might. It might. It's a possibility. That'll be the next thing. And then I found voltage control for the memory. I haven't found voltage control for the core yet for this. But doing core voltage, because I'm on air, even though I can do 2.3 gigahertz on air, if I could do water, that'd be awesome. Because then I would actually do core voltage control. Memory, though, I can do voltage control, but I don't need it. This card already has an insane memory controller, so I don't need voltage control for it, even though I've already found it. And this card's got stupid layout. Like look at the distance. Nice, perfect short distance. And then what's this? Like what is this? What's that like what is this? I can't put any kind of cooler on it. Let's see, where is it? And then to put like a block on it, so one second, let me clean it up here. Ugh. So like look at the angle you'd have to do for it. For one. Right? Just to get two points onto it. Right? And this is a fairly, like, yeah, it's cheap, but I mean, this thing works really good. Especially after the lapping. This thing works so good. So, like, even though I've modified it too, so that way, like, you can go all the way to the ends now on this. You gotta do it on a stupid angle. I've already tested it. On the stupid angle, it runs into caps, it runs into the fan headers as well, which means I have to take off the fan headers. I have to remove the caps and then flip them over to the back, or just remove them because they probably aren't, like, definitely won't be needed by any means. So I have to do so much work just to get this on there, just to get it on there. And because I'm only going to be able to do 2 points of contact for holding it down, I just don't want that. I want a nice solid contact. Like Zotac. I love how I got records on this card, and this card is actually really good on air. Like this card on air matches cards and beats cards that are on water, and chilled water at that. Still really good. I've been this card too. I had a lot of 3070 Ti's. Sold them to people that did crypto mining. I modified them up for crypto miners, and I kept the best one. Yeah, like you can see, these are the fan headers. Right here is for cap. This is such a dumb screw holes for it. So dumb. Not happy. But yeah, I'd be able to probably do like 2.4 gigahertz or even more on this card on water. And do voltage control on top of that. Man, I maybe be able to get this card up to like 2.5 gigahertz. Fucking wild. Yeah, I would like to do the test, take off these tantalum caps, and add on MLCC, because the closer to the core you are for cards, the worse these are. Manufacturers that did this are dumb. Dumb manufacturers. Why? They even know these are terrible. They know they're terrible. Even though this card's still really good. These caps are terrible for high frequency. We're at 2 gigahertz at the core. Over 2 gigahertz at the core. Tantalum caps are not supposed to be there. They're supposed to be farther away, like these ones are. And then bypass, because they're just like a clamp down for transient spikes. That's all they're really for. Same thing with your can caps. More of your filtering will be done by your MLCC caps. Your high frequency filtering is way better by your MLCC caps. The smaller the actual MLCC cap, the better for higher frequency it will be, as in stabilizing that higher frequency. The bigger, the worse. All these are really good, except for these tantalums. Dumb. Stupid. Stupid. Your power goes in. You got all these large caps. Perfect. Tantalums. Nice. Everything looks good. Everything looks fantastic. And then you get to the freaking core. What is this? What is this? This isn't going to help frequency at all. Yeah, because look. Look at this card. I mean, cat hair is free. Look at this card. Look at it. Look how short this PCB is. The density on this thing, every little component you see on here heats up. The memory is super compact to the core. That's fine because you got decent cooling. So memory here. Sorry, this is for VRM. While back of like Look at this. Look at this. Back of the chokes. Memory. Close to the core for memory. Good. Doesn't matter because you can keep them fairly cool, fairly easily. Because everything's so close together now versus a card like this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at cards like 6 times the length. Like you're literally looking at the whole card. This is the whole card. Look at this. Like it's over a third longer. A third longer, which means this card stays very cool compared like this card. Basically same wattage as this card. This card gets so hot. This card also has a big core, big surface area, keeps it cool. Think how small this core is. The build quality is technically getting better. The PCB designs are technically getting better. Having these small PCBs are terrible. EVGA did it right with their large PCBs and having certain components farther away. And also having through holes on their cards. As in, their PCBs actually had holes through them to help cool. The density is what really sucks. That's what I don't like. The density. The build quality is fine. It's just, instead of having a pick and place machine, putting more of these 0102s and 0402s on there. Yeah. But it's also one of the worst cards for frequency. In fact, it gets too hot. Yeah, it has a pretty good cooler. But it still gets too hot, too fast, and then it just thermal throttles too much. It is. Oh yeah, it's dense. Like, instead of having to pick and place, put more components on there, like, okay, well, this technically works. And it does. It technically does work. It does reach its frequency that it needed to do. NVIDIA's card says it does this frequency. This card does more than that frequency of NVIDIA's card. So, yeah, they outdid it. But, and these technically do cost, but the pick and place costs more. Getting more of these out faster and selling more of them is better overall, right? Man, just sitting on a shelf. You get so much cat hair just sitting on a shelf. The quality, they're nice. They're actually pretty good. Yeah, think of the actual thermals and all that. Like your voltage throttling, your thermal throttling, and your power limits are the main. And from 900 series and up, it's thermal throttling most of the time. You won't generally hit a voltage. It's thermal throttling first, and then you'll hit your power limit next. The hotter it actually gets, the faster you'll reach your wattage. Like your wattage limit, your power limit. And there's nothing you can do to stop it from thermal throttling except for getting better cooling. You cannot disable anything, remove hardware. It's all internal into the actual GPU. There's nothing you can do about it. Now, with the 50 series cards and how they remove the hotspot, that makes it so that way the actual card can boost a little bit better. But then you're also like, okay, well, how long has my card got? I mean, most people are running the cards 70, 80 degrees Celsius still. Some like seriously, like they'll run them that hot. What's your hotspot temp? I don't know. You know that hotspot temp could be like 100 degrees Celsius the whole time that you're at 70 degrees, and you don't even know. Now, if it's 10 degrees higher at 80, that's not too bad. It's still hot, but still not hot bad. But if you're at 80 degrees or whatever, generally you're only going to be running around 70, 72 for most people with their 50 series cards. But still, they got rid of the hotspot. That getting rid of that hotspot helped the boost. Yeah, well, no. For this 3070 Ti, I've gotten 9 degrees difference now. I got 9 degrees difference. I guess it depends on the card and how you're doing it, but yeah. No, undervolting. Undervolting, you're increasing your amperage. AMD, NVIDIA and AMD are kind of different for the undervolting, but it's also, is it going to be stable at everything? In my opinion, for NVIDIA cards, or not really AMD, because AMD starts to really go downhill as soon as you do. Power limit. You can overclock and lower your power limit. Lower your power limit, leave the voltage where it wants. The power limit will limit the voltage as well. You do that, you'll have a cooler running card, and you can overclock. Because the voltage can still go higher if it needs to, and still stay stable. Yeah, AMD, yeah, I hear you. Exactly. Volts go down, amps go up, which means your VRM, your MOSFETs will start taking more of a brunt force, and your power limit does not change. It'll change maybe a little bit. Like, I mean, we're talking a little bit. But as soon as you start to overclock, your wattage starts going back up. If you have any kind of little overclock. And then you gotta remember, because your voltage is down and you're overclocking, your amperage just keeps going up. That's no good. Yeah, I've used AMD and NVIDIA. I was first on AMD, then went to NVIDIA. I would like to get some Intel cards so I can get some references for that, but it is what it is there. It'd be fun to see what I can do with one. Yeah, as soon as you start undervolting, it doesn't matter if it's AMD or NVIDIA, your amperage goes up. Power limit is my go-to for NVIDIA. And I don't know, people are like, oh, why are you just undervolt? Because many reasons. Stability. Amperage goes up. Your PCB starts taking more of a brunt force. Your VRM does. I want my stuff to last if I'm going to be using it for a daily. And you can overclock with a lower power limit. But no one understands that, which means you have a lower temperature, not going up in amperage, lowering the amperage, and the voltage is actually lower because the temperatures will actually be lower and everything's staying cooler, and you can overclock further on a lower power limit. I've already shown I have videos out there showing that, and then showing the difference between AMD and NVIDIA for undervolting and why AMD's the king for undervolting, but then you got other things to look at, and then NVIDIA, in my opinion, power limit. Power limits. Yeah. Had Intel graphics on the Mobo. Nice. Nugget! Stop. She's in psycho mood. Psycho kitty. Yep, the B580 is good. Even the A770. After the A770, no. ARC was terrible at the beginning. A770, after the one update, got like a 50% boost in performance after one driver update. So yeah, did pretty good. I mean, but yeah, the B580 is not half bad. It's cheap and it's pretty good. For the price, the B580 for the price to performance is number one. Literally number one for price to performance. Yeah. And you got to remember the AMD can go all the way up to 1.2 volts. But it's not like you'll ever really see 1.2 volts. But you can. I mean, it can use 1.2 volts. NVIDIA now, in NVIDIA, you can only do 1.093 roughly volts, 1.1 volts max, unless you modify it. Stop, nugget. Yeah, XFX. I would like to get some. I've actually never owned an XFX. Oh my God, what are you doing? You're doing the wrong. You're going the wrong way. This way. See? Yeah. Runs pretty cool. Oh yeah, the Speedster. It's a fairly small card too, like thin. I'm pretty sure that's what they did. Is that not what they did? No, they did something else. It's not exactly the same cooler. Oh, I gotta think what they actually did. I remember something like that. It's not exactly the same cooler. It looks like the same cooler, but it's not technically the same cooler. If I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I remember correctly. HD 770. 770. One in box, still new. Wow. Getting good use out of that. You haven't done any crossfire with it yet? Why are you not doing any crossfire with it? Yeah, the Swift. Yeah, okay. And I'm pretty sure the cooler from the 6700 and the 6700 XT look the same, but are technically not the same. Fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure they're not exactly the same. Like, they are the same, but they're not the same. They did something to them. I forgot what it was. It's not clicking right now. Was a build a second. Yep. Oh yeah. Hey, might as well go overkill, man. You might as well, right? You got room on the PCB, and it's just there. Might as well do it because well, it's better. Yeah, for general use, yes. Yeah, I definitely hear you there. Give me one sec. Come on. I gotta grab some water. Get some water. We'll do some more soldering. No. 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 So shiny. Yeah, Swift. There's still a Swift. It's a certain model. Then they came out with something else. The newer ones, the newer cards. What are they? They got new models out that are different. I don't know. They recommend a higher PSU just in case you're using a top like a enthusiast grade CPU, right? I mean the 6700 is only what 120 watt, I think. Yeah, I think it's 120 watt max, right? I think. Oh yeah, RX 580 is like 200-ish watts. Somewhere around there. I'll be right back. Fact check me though. Yeah, they overclock nicely. And you always got more slider. Just use ASUS GPU tweak. Or use extended overclock features on MSI. You can overclock as far as you want. You'll have no limit. The memory is not great. The memory OC on the 6000 series was not great. Oh yeah, until I'll keep making quad. Did they not? I'm pretty sure they just released a quad. No, an 8 core for $100. No, for 1700. I could be wrong on that though. They're supposed to. They're supposed to. Um, supposed to be for their Bartlett Lake, is it not? Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a 12, and they're only P cores. So they got a 12 core, 10 core, and 8 core. Yeah, yeah. I'm not going crazy. I knew it. So it is the 8 core. So they got the Core 5 223 PQE. They got the Core 5 223 PE. The Core 5 213 PE. And the Core 5 223 PTE. Oh, and the Core 5 P13 PTE. Weird naming, but yeah, they did only P cores. Which is kind of smart in a way. And they're supposed to release them. So apparently you won't find these chips at retail. Oh yeah. Well, they already got all E-core chip though. That's their Xeons. They got their all P-core Xeons or they're all E-core Xeons. Oh, you should look into them. They're freaking wild. Nah, all E-cores for game would be no good. They got HEDT for mainstream though. High-end desktop AMD classifies their Threadripper, not the Threadripper Pro, but the Threadripper as a high-end desktop. And that's technically mainstream. That's marketed towards gamers and workstations. Overly priced, of course, but that's what they do. Gonna make a coffee. Oh yeah, yeah. 5,000 is overpriced right now, and that's due to the fact people are switching over to DDR4. There's still a lot of people on DDR3. A lot of people don't realize there's still a lot of people on DDR3. So now people are switching over to DDR4 and they're looking into the 5000 series. So the 5000 series prices went up due to the fact price. The price will go up due to demand, right? Price to demand. Yeah, 12,100 is decent. Cheap. Stupid. I already talked about that. was the stupidest thing they've ever done. You see how it's laid out? Oh my god. My god, man. Oh my god. They're so stupid. No, yeah, it's not. It's not. The 5500 sucks. The 5500 sucks. And you're talking about the 5500F. Sucks. Garbage. E-waste. DDR4, DDR4 and DDR5 on the same board. ASRock came with a board I talked about when they came out. I'm not sure if you were here there, guy. Oh my god. The stupidest thing ASRock ever done. As soon as it came out, I'm like, nobody buy this thing. It's gonna suck for DDR4. I think DDR4 max speeds is 2666 is on its QVL. Max 2666, which is terrible. And then for DDR5, you get 4800 stock. That's it. Terrible. The worst garbage e-waste there is. Technically it wouldn't work. You would have two different latencies. It just wouldn't work. There's two different latencies. So one would be fighting on the other one, and then you'll have cross-contamination of bits. I know you're probably just joking, but I'm into this stuff, man. So I'm gonna let you know what will happen. Your ones and zeros will turn into zeros and ones, where they should not be zeros and ones, where they should be ones and zeros, due to latencies. Yeah. Let's say that it's no, they do not. They did not say that so on LJ 1700, 12th, 13th, and 14th gen, they have two separate memory controllers on the core. One for DDR4, one for DDR5. They do not share. Zero sharing. You're right on what you said there. The CPU only has the ability to utilize the IMC for... Yes, it is two. Yes. Which was amazing that they even did that. No, terrible for testing. It's terrible. You get terrible frequencies. And probably the latencies. You probably can't do really great latencies because even if you, because it's an H board, you can't do anything. Oh, did he do a review on it? Oh, I didn't even see it. See, I talked about it when it first came out, like literally the day before it came out. For functionality, I mean, there's no point. Just wasting your money for testing purpose. It's so dumb. Oh, did he talk about how it's laid out for? Is it? It's T topology, right? Like it's not daisy chain. It's definitely probably T topology. For both, for the DDR, well, because it's four channel for DDR5 and one channel, or it's four DIMMs for, it's dual channel for DDR5 and single chan for DDR4, right? Yeah, they did it backwards. Okay, yeah. Garbage. I knew it was terrible. Yeah. Yeah. And you can look at the board too and be like, yeah, this is what it is. Because they would have to, the way they would have to do it the other way for daisy chain is the board's not laid out properly for it. And ASRock, I think, makes good boards. They got a lot of hate for the 9000 series CPUs right now because so many people bought ASRock boards and 9000s. A lot of 9000 series are dying on them, but it's not ASRock's fault. The 9000 series also dying on MSI, Asus, Gigabyte, every board. Just a lot of people are buying or bought the ASRock boards. That's all. They got some good boards. I don't know about the duds. Oh my god, ASRock makes some of the best boards. Have you seen the ice? The ice? That I think it's the Tai Chi Ice. Oh my god. That thing has crazy potential and crazy overclockability for RAM. Like, it's getting so many records. So many records on that board. It's wild. They're not terrible. They're not great. Yeah, they're not terrible, but they're not great. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But what I would really need to do is be able to test it. I've never actually owned an ASRock board. I just have looked over them on uh, their layouts and all that. What do you mean? You're joking, right there, Guh? You're joking, right? Pretty sure they don't do Nvidia, do they? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh my god. Maybe they do Nvidia as well. Search up. I went over all these 9000 series GPUs and models. Yeah. They got the Tai Chi lineup for the 9000 series though. Uh what's it called? Tai Chi Light? Tai Chi OC? Something like that. Yeah. Oh wait, it might have been before you started on my channel, to be honest. I might have been actually like a month or two before you. No, a few months before you even started on my channel, to be honest. Yeah, I went over all the manufacturers, all the new lineups of GPUs on 9000 series and 5000 series early last year. Like early before they even came out. I'm making a coffee. I'm making a coffee. I want a coffee. Yeah, they make. I mean, it looks really nice. They're nice. Their white board, the white lineup's actually pretty nice looking. Yes, they make GPUs as well. They're not really known for them though. That's all. They're not known for their GPUs. They're more known for their motherboards. HIS? What? Well, why do you want an ITX board? Why? 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 You remember, you're in an overclocking channel. I will degrade you for all the right reasons. I don't even care that they exist. Why the hell do you want an ITX board? Yeah, I agree. There you go. Yep. The components off of the Chinese ones are terrible, though. I was talking about that earlier, and coffee was when. Pretty sure it's just coffee, really. Listening. Yeah, you can get cheaper. It's just, it's not gonna be the same, even though it looks the same. Can you even OC memory that isn't B-die? Yeah. B-die is just the better one to have for DDR4. The last revision of B-die. Well, the last revision, B-die, and there's multiple revisions of B-die, but B-die in general, just you can get 4,000 plus megahertz out of them, megatransfer per second. You can get 4,000 generally easily at decent timings. That's why I suggest to try to find B-die, and I suggest certain RAM to basically guarantee to get B-die. No, no, not for DDR4 there, guy. For DDR4, you want B-die. You'll not even get close to the performance of anything else besides B-die. It does high frequency, good timings, or if you just want crazy frequency, you can loosen the timings a bit and get high frequency, or you can lower the frequency a little bit and still be fairly good frequency and get insane latencies. Like insane. Insane in the membrane. What? It could be. For DDR3, yeah, I mean, you can get so many different ICs that are fairly close to another one, and you can just crank up voltage and get some okay latencies. DDR4, no. It's the B-die. The B-die! Yeah, my Hynix M dies are basically maxed out from factory. That's because they're not 48 gigabyte. They're not 24 gig sticks, that's why. And you can get more, it's just they're terrible to tune. The 32 gig or the 16 gig sticks are terrible to tune on for Hynix M die. Weird voltages, again, weird voltages. It's not just, that's not just the 16 gigabyte, that's just DDR5 in general. For you gotta play around with the voltages. So dumb. Like, I mean, play around with them. They can lower the voltages and you get higher clocks for some reason. Lower the voltages. I like my Corsair Dominator titaniums. They're one of the best. No joke. Silicon Power Data 43200 CL16. Average. No, it's definitely not B-die. B-die, you only really find 4,000 and up for B-die. 4,000 and up. I think they made some kits at 4,600. Most kits are 4,000 and 4,400s for most kits for B-die. But you only find B-die at 4,000 and up. I don't think they even made 3,800. I'm pretty sure it's only 4,000 and up. That's if I'm remembering correctly. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. I've had some people go, "What? DDR4 at 4,000? Yeah, that's at the low end for B-die." Your 3200 CL16 probably is what, 1.4 volts? You can go up to 1.6 volts on DDR4 and it's okay. As long as you can keep them cool. I wouldn't go above 1.6 volts on DDR4 though. DDR3 up to 1.8 volts is okay. For DDR5, I would only suggest max of 1.5 volts. It just hasn't been tested long enough. It just has not been tested long enough for whether or not it's good for going past that. And that's fine. Your Sammy's at 1.9 is not bad. As long as you can keep them cool, they're fine. Some people say up to 2.4 volts, but nah, that 2.4 volts will start degrading even Samsung. I'd say max 1.9 volts. There we go. That's what we talked about before. And then if you want to benchmark them again, you can go to 2.1 volts for benchmarking. Just not super long benchmarks, of course. It just, you guaranteed you'd have to keep them cool because the internal temperature of the IC will start getting hot and just won't pass. Okay, yeah, so they got 4,800 kits of DDR4. Okay, yeah, and that's Samsung B-die. And it's probably what, cast latency of 24, 26 on those though. Not good. What? No, that's some boards will max at, my board maxes at 2.42, I think it is. No, 2.6 I think I can go to. No, I can go high as I want. I can just switch jumper rails on my board. I switch jumper rails on my board, I can go higher. 10th gen memory controller is pretty good, so yeah. And since your kit's only at 1.35 volts, those sound like they're Hynix. They're Hynix, aren't they? 1.35 volts at 32, yeah. CL16, yeah, it sounds like Hynix. Oh, on LN2, they'll be going over 3 volts. I gave you the forum webpage for the testing on DDR3 and the ICs, and I'm pretty sure I gave you one for the one that they talked about doing testing on LN2 at crazy high voltages as well, over 3 volts on the RAM and over 2 volts on the CPU. They did testing for RAM and for CPU for 4th gen Intel and for DDR3 for a whole bunch of different ICs at crazy voltages on LN2. But yeah, pushing the RAM, I mean, you're not really pushing it. Your RAM's only at 3200. And 1.35 volts, you still got lots of headroom for DDR4 to go up higher. So you probably do 3600 or 3800 and maybe 4000 at CL16 or CL18. I would say CL18 at 1.5 volts. And then CL16 maybe 1.6 volts at 4000. That's if you can get stable. But then depending on the IC, your TRFCs could be terrible, which is a refresh. And TRFC you don't want high. You want to keep it around 300, maybe 350 on DDR4. Yeah, it was 6th gen DDR3 and DDR4. Because that's not technically because of TRFC. That's not because of the actual latency. That's because of your memory controller. You're stressing the memory controller out too much because of that refresh will stress out your memory controller a bit more. A bunch of refreshes can stress out your memory controller more. Because you're making your memory controller work harder with 4 DIMMs, and then you're going to make it work even harder by tuning the refreshes. Yep. And that's what I'm saying. It's because you're stressing out your memory controller too much. Your primaries are not really the game. Your primaries are not your refreshers. Your primaries are your latencies. Strictly latencies. TRFC is not latency, it's a refresh. There's multiple refreshes, like your per bank. There should be PB on. There's a whole bunch of different kind of refreshes. A few more on DDR5. TFC is the main one for performance. That is your main one. You want low as possible. For DDR3, you're looking for is anywhere from 80 to maybe 90 for TRC for getting good, good performance. Anything above that, it's not gonna be good. And there's not much you can really do about it, right? But there's some ICs that you have to be around that 160 to 240 mark, and it's terrible. It's terrible. It doesn't matter about your other timings. You can put your other timings crazy low because that TRFC, your refresh, is so high, it's no good. It just automatically makes them no good. At least for benchmarking. Never. We're talking about you and me are talking. You and me talk different. We're talking about overclocking. So I'm letting you know, and you already know, basically. And you gotta be in command rate 1 anyways. Go to command rate 2, you automatically lose performance. 560? Not on DDR3. On DDR3? Oh, okay. I mean, 560 is still not great. You want to be around that 300 to 350, maybe 360 mark. Yeah, 560, not great. Not always about how fast your CPU is. Better latencies for some. The number of frequencies, bandwidth. There are some benchmarks where bandwidth is king, but for those kind of benchmarks, latency is king. Gotcha. I'll remember that. I don't need DDR4 though. I got my Samsung B dies. That's why I recommend the Patriot Viper Steels. The 4000 4400 kits is ones you want. They're fairly cheap and they're Samsung B die. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't buy no RGB. Actually, well, unless it was really cheap, because I would just rip off the RGB. I literally take off the heatsink and literally rip it out, and then put the heatsink back on. You have regrets? Yeah, they don't sound like they're the greatest. They really don't sound like they are the greatest. For DDR4, yeah. For DDR5, they're good. Isn't that awesome how we can go from one generation to another, have the same kind of IC naming, and one's way better than the other? Don't be. The IC naming for the actual IC, whether it be M, C, E, G, that's the time they were made. The actual batch was made. It's batches. Now, you'll have later on, they'll make another batch of M die, but it's not the same M die. It's a different revision of M die. Same process and how they made it before. Same everything, except for it's not made at the same time. Something's completely different about them. If that makes sense. That's why A die for DDR5 is one of the first ones you can get. Then M die. Then you got Micron's G and E, I think it is. Hopefully you get some decent CFRs. Hopefully. some CFRs are not great. Yeah, I just use one CPU for testing the memory, the higher end one, and then that's how you're gonna want to bin them, and then you can use the better binned ones for your benching. No, I definitely hear you there, man. Definitely hear you there. That's why I've been just working on videos and shorts, trying to find a place to live, to be honest. C-die is not bad for Samsung. Yeah, C-die and G-die are very, very similar. Same thing with E-die. They're fairly similar. Yeah, because you got a proprietary motherboard, that's why. Proprietary, gotta love proprietary. No, he has a proprietary motherboard. He is stuck at 2933. So his 2933s are a JEDEC speed for his RAM. So it's max. But since he has a proprietary motherboard, they limited a lot of things on it. And I figured that out due to the fact he was having issues with. We had a big thing when I was playing Marvel Rivals that one day for TPM and how Windows is quitting TPM, but it's only because people don't read, people don't actually do anything nowadays. I looked for like 2 seconds. It was like, yeah, it's for proprietary motherboards that Windows is not not doing any driver updates for proprietary motherboards on the 10th, no, 8th, 9th, and 10th gen motherboards. Proprietary only, though. Yeah, and it'll be, yeah. It's an H, yeah, it's an H board. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But I mean, even for DDR4 on 12th gen, you're not going to get very far. 13th gen, not going to get very far. 14th gen, not going to get very far for DDR4. The memory controller for DDR4 on 12, 13, 14, not that great. 11th gen and 10th gen, some of the best memory controllers for DDR4. Me too. That's why I would like to get a G7400, maybe even a 12100 for the 4. Or 12400. Oh, one of them. I think the 12100F would be good for points. G7400 would be good for points. Yep. I've had those boars before there, Squeeze. This way. This way. Oh, there you go. You can get comfy. Yeah, G7400. I would like one. They're still like $100. They're still not cheap. I mean, you can't really do much with the 2 to 3 PCIe slots there, Squeeze. You can do lossless scaling, but I mean, even still, it's not that great. You can only utilize one extra GPU, not two. Yep, I did reviews on the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE and the Thermalright Assassin 120 SE. It's a cheaper version, single tower. Yep. Yeah, they're both pretty good. They are both pretty good. Oh, shiny. All right. So shiny. Set up this. We'll do another caterpillar. Oh wait, I could show how to do. No, I'll do caterpillar first. Do I have another caterpillar? Yes, I do. Come here, caterpillar. That. Tag one leg. We tag another leg again, so pushing it down, see how we can actually push it down. Get some solder on the tip. Some flux there, some flux there. Actually, we'll make sure we got lots there. That. And just like I thought. We'll do this side here, same way. Super easy. And yeah, we can take it off too. Easier with the longer tip, of course, but should be able to do it with this one. And what I'll do, a little bit of flux. And grab my homemade soldering wick. Just dip it in some flux. And you'll see that it will get all tinned up here in a second. Now you see, I'm not sure if you can see that, how we have very little solder now. These pads are almost bare, these ones at least. We need to do this one a little bit more, and these last three. Let's see, get my wire cutters here. Snip this. And dip the homemade wick into some flux. We'll hit this right here quick. There we go. It's still a little bit at the front there. We need to get that a little bit. There we go. See how we got like nothing there now? That's what we're gonna do. Now that we did that, just hit this over and over. I'm gonna clean up the flux here in a second. Just light little pull up. We'll go to town. Go. Probably enough there. Clean up this flux here. So it just looks terrible. And it's easier to clean while it's not cooled down at all. And we'll do the other side. Not sure how well I'm showing that. And it's showing all right. Looks like we got a little bit still ball on this one here. See if we can get that. Be nice if we can. There we go. You see how we got tin in the wire now? This is just out of a couple pieces of wire that I've just spun together. That's why I need to get myself some actual wick. There's not too bad. Now I don't have the big balls on that and that side. So, oh. Oh. A longer soldering tip would be better, but should be able to do it with this one. I would expect that we can. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we'll need other. We'll need the chisel tip. It's not keeping them hot enough, so I can lift this gently. That kind of sucks. I'm gonna try the other side, but I should be able to. Clean that up. Clean the tip, because the tip will get all nasty fluxed up. Guess we will need the other tip. It does not want to lift at all. Try the other side one more time here. We can get this side a lift. That will be good. Does not look like it's gonna work. No. That sucks. So, put down the hot air. Heat up around. There we go. Now, where did I put the power connector? And then, well, it's on my feet. What's that? I'm not sure where I put the power connectors. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's not a power connector. Maybe. Where did I put them? Where did I put my power connectors? Oh, where? Where could they be? I don't know where I put them. here? No. Nothing here. Yeah. I am not sure. I am not sure. Thought I had them around here, but apparently not. I don't think I threw them out. Well, I'm not sure where I put them. That kind of sucks. I'll show how you would do that. Nugget. Oh, everywhere. There we go. Hmm. I think it might be ending the stream here soon too. Yeah, maybe I'll end the stream here. Might stream later on, but getting tired. I've been up for a long time. Maybe I can find some different things to solder on as well. Yeah, I might do. Yeah. I've been up for like over 24 hours now, so I should probably get some sleep. At least a little bit. A little nappy nap wouldn't hurt. A little nappy nap wouldn't hurt. We'll see what else we can solder. Yeah, I mean, it's not my longest stream. Definitely not my shortest, so. Oh. It's been working on videos and shorts. Yeah, it is kind of, yeah. Like after 11 hours and 55 minutes and 55 seconds, that's all you could do for a stream. You can go watch my videos, but they don't put them out if like after so long. Nope. Nope. Now, like you can, the incentive to stream long days if you have a lot of like viewers. If you have like thousands of viewers, yeah, do the long streams because no matter what, you're gonna get that count. Right? So you make money off the viewers. A lot. Like, yeah, you have to have a lot of viewers, but for like any, well, even Twitch though. I mean, after you're done your live stream's gone. That's the thing. After if you end your stream, that's different. When you got like these YouTubers as well that do like super long music or like I don't know, stupid things that they stream for like never ending 24/7 type deal. It's just there's anywhere from 300 to 3,000 viewers going non-stop. So they get the hours for that, and they get paid for all those viewers. And people would just leave it going. There you go. If I leave my stream going, it's what am I gonna show? This? So shiny. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. Gabby sleeps with me. She sleeps underneath my arm. She's like a dog. She wants underneath the blankets and she wants underneath my arm. If not, I'll get the paw. And the non-stop purring in my face and the paw. She's literally like been laying underneath my feet bugging me because I haven't gone to bed. Like that's how she's oh my god, man. She's got issues. She's literally got issues. Yeah. No joke. When I have people over, like as in females over, she's got to be in between us to make sure that she gets the cuddles. And she'll just walk up on me and then plop right down in between. Or lay on me, but it's so weird. Like I don't know how she gets comfortable, but she does. She is. She's literally. Have I told you I've got her trained now to wait for her food when I put in the dish? She sits, waits, and I'll just stand there. I'll literally just stand there. She'll look at me, look at the food, look at me, look at the food, and then just stare at me. Stare at me. Okay, you can have it. And then she gives me her little chirp. Stands up all happy. Eats her food. I walk to wherever I'm going. She's got to stop and look, see what I'm doing. I could. I literally could probably. I literally could. She's so easily trained. She really is, man. And it took a while to train her right off the bat. Again, nobody wanted to adopt her. She was at the shelter for the longest. Nobody wanted to actually adopt her because of how bad of a cat she was. She was very aggressive. Nah, she's not. When I get her playing, she can be, but that's because I get her going. Like a dog. Dogs can get pretty rough too. To open closed doors, oh wow. She probably could learn how to do it as long as how to handle. Isn't that right? I don't know. I don't want none. Oh wow. Yeah, it could work. Um, at the one place I live, she learned to turn on and off the lights. That got annoying. That got really annoying. I don't, I don't, yeah, I can't have kids, you know that, but I mean, yeah, brutal. I couldn't handle having the lights on. If you're not in that room, the lights are off. I don't even pay for the hydro in most places I live at. It's all inclusive generally. That's just the way I was raised. Hi, Nugget baby. Hi. Hi. What you want? I know, I'll be there in a minute. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream here. So again, anyone that's new, thank you for joining in. To all my main viewers, again, thank you guys so much. And we'll see. I might be back on later. We'll see. Alright, man. You take her easy too. We'll help your woman. She needs it. Yeah, man. Have yourself a good one. Alright, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. And again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.